Chapter 1995. Burning Hot. Chapter 1995. Burning Hot, oh? Say it. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said curiously. When that Yi Yuan received Empyrean Vast Universe's third sword move, Yi Yuan actually forced him to raise his realm to 9th firmament true G.O.D. realm before defeating Yi Yuan. And after that, Yi Yuan seemed to have a great change in disposition, heading to C.R.A.P. Myrtle Cave all by himself. Jian Yunxin clearly knew about Yi Yuan's affairs like the back of his hand. When Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets heard, he indeed revealed an astonished expression. The 9th firmament true G.O.D. realm? What formidable means! Even this emperor also wasn't this heaven-defying back then. Just what kind of deity is this kid? However, a great change in disposition also shows that his cultivation method has a problem. Furthermore, the problem isn't small. Whether or not he can achieve greatness in the future, it is something unknown. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets exclaimed with admiration. Jian Yunxin nodded and said, "This child feels this way too. However, if father is interested in him, why not do a divination?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets laughed in spite of himself and said, "Do you think that I didn't perform a divination before? This child can't be fathomed." Jian Yunxin's pupils constricted, incredibly shocked in his heart. "All right, this matter ends here. The world shall soon change. I hope that my Jian family can tide over this tribulation safely." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets sighed lightly and walked away with his hands behind his back. Inside Virtuous Wind Establishment, Jian Sutao looked at Yi Yuan 5 people, being rather surprised in his heart. With the ancient God battlefield opening up this time, their extreme luck great imperial capital actually had more than half return. In the past years, being able to have 2 or 3 people returning was already pretty good. Being completely wiped out was also not something impossible. In reality, with the ancient God battlefield opening up this time, many great imperial capitals' children of destiny did not have a single one come back. This time, not only did 5 return, furthermore, each and every one of these 5 had great improvements in strength. Especially Song Yu, he already reached peak 4th firmament true God. The other 3 people also all broke through to 4th firmament true God. Even Yi Yuan also broke through 2 minor realms in one go. One could say that it was a happy ending situation. Looks like you all had considerable harvests in the ancient God battlefield this time, Jian Sutao said. Song Yu smiled and said, "It was all thanks to Brother Yi along the way. If not for him, we'd likely have been completely annihilated. Oh right, when we're coming back, that Lord Heavenly Emperor said that our destinies all had changes. I wonder if City Lord can take a look for us?" Jian Sutao nodded his head and said, "Naturally can." As he said, he mustered up the aura viewing art and looked towards Song Yu and the rest. Of course, he deliberately avoided Yi Yuan. He did not dare to look. It was alright if he did not look, but one look and he jumped in fright. When Song Yu saw Jian Sutao's expression, he asked doubtfully, "What's wrong, City Lord?" Jian Sutao clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Strange. Really strange. Making a trip to the ancient God battlefield, you all actually advanced to Emperor Surmounting Aura? Let me take a look again." As he said, he mustered up the aura viewing art again and examined them closely again. The 4 people's destinies had indeed broken through to the Emperor Surmounting Aura. This was incredible! Within the entire great imperial capital, 4 Emperor Surmounting Auras actually appeared all at once. This was one of its kind. As for Song Yu and the rest, each and every one of them was extremely excited. Song Yu originally had a peak imperial aura. He was in existence only a step away from reaching the Emperor Surmounting Aura. Breaking through to the Emperor Surmounting Aura was something within reason. But the rest made Jian Sutao greatly surprised. Of course, they themselves were also extremely surprised. Among the 3 people, Guojingyang and Middle Stage both had late-stage imperial auras. Hu Fei merely had a middle-stage imperial aura. Who could have thought that even Hu Fei became emperor surmounting aura? Although the ancient G.O.D. battlefield is a good place to change one's destiny, such a big transformation wouldn't occur too. Emperor surmounting aura isn't some cabbage. More often than not, 100 great imperial capitals can't produce one emperor surmounting aura too. But now 4 popped out all at once. Counting in Yiyuan, it's 5. Hang on, could it be that the problem lies with Yiyuan? Jian Sutao was speculating about this in his mind. Thinking like this, he felt that it was very likely. Jian Sutao discovered that all the people who got close to Yiyuan seemed to have massive changes to their destinies. Just take Jian Hongshao for example. He originally should not have the chance to return to the Stellar Hall already. Who knew that not only did he come back, he even broke through to the Empyrean realm. This destiny was simply heaven-defying. The more Jian Sutao thought, the more he felt that the probability was very high. One had to know their ancestor, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, was such an existence with extremely heaven-defying destiny. Hence, the Jian family became one of this heaven-span world's top major family clans. Even those transcendent heavenly emperors also had to give some face when seeing the Jian family's members. Could it be that Yiyuan was actually such an existence? The more Jian Sutao thought, the more alarmed he got, and the more curious he became. Just what kind of magical power did this Yiyuan have on him, to actually be able to have such tremendous influence? Except, he did not dare to look. Whenever he gave rise to the thought of viewing Yiyuan's aura, a feeling of immense danger would well up in his heart. City Lord, I really broke through to the Emperor surmounting aura? Hu Fei said with an upsurge of excitement. Jian Sutao said in a solemn voice, Why? Do you doubt this Empyrean? Hu Fei hurriedly said, Dare not. It's just, I don't quite dare to believe it. Thank you very much, City Lord. Jian Sutao nodded his head and said, You all go out. Yiyuan stay. Song Yu and the rest knew that Jian Sutao did it for the Emperor Bone and left very sensibly. After the few people left, Yiyuan took out the Emperor Bone. A powerful aura immediately teamed the entire Virtuous Wind establishment. Jian Sutao's gaze turned intent, and he said agitatedly, It's indeed the Qilin Emperor Bone. You actually really brought it out. Yiyuan looked at Jian Sutao and said with a cold smile, City Lord really knew how to plan things. Don't you tell me that you didn't know who was watching over this Qilin Emperor Bone? On this trip, Yiyuan could be said to have had a narrow shave. This Qilin Emperor Bone was not what true G.O.D. realm martial artists could get at all. This Jian Sutao was simply digging a pit for him. It was not just him. Those children of destiny who went to the Bone Devil Ridge also fell for the scheme. If they knew that there would be an Empyrean Bone Devil guarding the Qilin Emperor Bone, they would not go even if beaten to death. Therefore, Yiyuan was very angry right now. Him being able to get the Qilin Emperor Bone did not mean that he was not angry. Jian Sutao's face was also thick. He just said coolly, What? Do you want to go back on your word? Yiyuan looked at Jian Sutao and said calmly, Not to the extent of going back on my word. I, Yiyuan, am a man of my word. This Qilin Emperor Bone is naturally for you. It's just that I don't know if you have that ability to take it or not. Jian Sutao smiled and said, You don't need you to worry about this. Just an Emperor Bone, so how could this Empyrean fail to suppress it? Yiyuan just smiled and casually threw the Emperor Bone to the other party. Jian Sutao reached his hand out to catch, his state of mind agitated. But soon enough, his expression changed. Ouch! Jian Sutao cried out strangely, directly throwing the Emperor Bone out. A charred smell came over. It turned out that his palm was already burned into black charcoal. This Qilin Emperor Bone was burning hot. Chapter 1996. Destined to meet but not fated to be together. Chapter 1996. Destined to meet but not fated to be together. D.A.M. Annette, what trickery did you play? Jian Sutao glared at Yi Yuan as he said. Yi Yuan just said coolly, "You're also looking down on me, Yi Yuan, too much. The things that I, Yi Yuan, promised, I'd never go back on my word. I said it before, take it if you have the ability." Jian Sutao gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe that I can't deal with a dead person's bone." Done talking, Jian Sutao's Empyrean pressure suddenly released. Raising his hand, a streak of divine essence fired out, enveloping the Emperor Bone. The power of an Empyrean was formidable to the extreme. Yi Yuan, who was by the side, had a deathly pale complexion. But right at this time, the Emperor Bone radiated a brilliant light and gave off a gentle, but powerful energy, which actually pushed Jian Sutao's Empyrean pressure back. Jian Sutao's face changed, and then the divine essence in his palm increased more in power. However, this gentle energy was like a spring. The more he exerted strength, the greater the rebound force. Bang! Jian Sutao finally could not bear it and was directly sent flying by this powerful force. Then, that Qilin Emperor Bone slowly flew up and actually automatically returned to Yi Yuan's hand. Jian Sutao's expression was very ugly. At this point, how could he still not understand that this was the Emperor Bone having its own will, not willing to follow him? Except, he was very perplexed. This Qilin Emperor Bone had already existed for G.O.D. knows how many billions of years. Why would it still have such terrifying energy? Yi Yuan looked at Jian Sutao and said coolly, "You calculated everything and had Children of Destiny seize the Emperor Bone for you. But you didn't expect that only someone acknowledged by the Emperor Bone can take it away, right?" Jian Sutao's expression was very ugly. A trace of fresh blood dripping down from the corners of his mouth. His internal organs already sustained injuries. He looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "What an insolent brat! Do you really think that this Empyrean doesn't dare to touch you?" Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "It's not that I'm looking down on you, but you really don't dare to touch me. When I entered the ancient G.O.D. battlefield this time, that heavenly Emperor powerhouse of your Jian family was constantly spying on me. Now, I reckon that even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also knows all about my actions inside the ancient G.O.D. battlefield. If my conjectures are right, Profound Secrets Badamanda's order is already on its way." Jian Sutao smiled dismissively and said, "You're using Ancestor Profound Secrets to intimidate me? Hoo-hoo, putting this aside, how can the spying of a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse be what you, a mere true G.O.D. realm, can detect? The spying of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, ordinary martial artists naturally could not discover it. But the cultivation method that Yi Yuan cultivated was extremely special, pointing straight at the source of great Tao. He was very sensitive to this kind of spying. Otherwise, he would not have discovered Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' spying too. Even though it was just a trace of blurry feel, this feeling constantly existed since entering the ancient G.O.D. battlefield. This clearly indicated that someone was continuing to spy on him. And in the ancient G.O.D. battlefield, who else had this ability apart from Jian Rong? Yi Yuan understood in his heart that since the Jian family's upper echelons paid attention to him, then they absolutely would not deal a killing blow to him. The Jian family members' curiosity was very strong. Yi Yuan shrugged and said smilingly, "Don't your Jian family believe in fate the most? Then with your judgment of me, do you feel that I'd be such a short-lived person?" Jian Sutao could not help choking when he heard that. That was right. Although he could not directly use the aura viewing art on Yi Yuan, he could feel Yi Yuan's exuberance to the extreme destiny. It absolutely did not look short-lived. This point, even Jian Hongshao could detect it. As the extreme luck great imperial capital's master, studying the mysteries of good fortune, how could he not be able to feel it? Could it be that what Yi Yuan said was true, Speaking of it was coincidental too. Right at this time, Jian Sutao's mind stirred, and actually received a voice transmission. This transmission was actually, personally relayed by Heavenly Emperor Yunshang. Jian Sutao's shock was by no means trivial. He looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment, his eyes full of disbelief. Who was Heavenly Emperor Yunshang? That was one of the Jian family's ancestors, a transcendent Heavenly Emperor super powerhouse. Although Jian Sutao was a powerhouse of a region too, compared to Heavenly Emperor Yunshang, he was nothing. Heavenly Emperor Yunshang was Ancestor Profound Secrets' biological son. Ancestor Profound Secrets had lived for countless millions of years. His offspring was numerous. But those that could live until now like him could be counted on one hand. This Heavenly Emperor Yunshang was one of the remaining few with great accomplishments. With Heavenly Emperor Yunshang personally sing on the voice transmission, what did that represent? It represented that Ancestor Profound Secrets might really be paying close attention to Yi Yuan. How was this possible? Sutao, this Emperor bone isn't fated with our Jian family. So don't make things difficult for Yi Yuan because of this. Additionally, you and Hongshao have to pay closer attention to this child. Understood? Heavenly Emperor Yunshang's words directly sounded out inside Jian Sutao's mind. Yes, Sutao understood. Jian Sutao had a solemn look, immediately answering in his mind. There was just this one sentence, and Heavenly Emperor Yunshang did not make any more sound. Opposite of him, when Yi Yuan saw Jian Sutao's entire body tremble, he instantly understood. He did not expect that this piece of instruction came right in the nick of time. Everything before was all his conjectures. Him saying these naturally had some intention of intimidating the other party. But now all of his guesses were confirmed. It seemed like the one that paid attention to him inside the sageway was really Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Jian Sutao stared at Yi Yuan. He was unable to calm down his emotion for a long time. This boy was truly freakish to the point of making people speechless. The prying of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, even he was also unable to detect it. So how did this boy know? Also, even if Heavenly Emperor Jian Rong spied on him, how did he know that he was being followed by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets? If Jian Rong's spying was detected by him, he could still understand it. But who was Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets? In this heavenspan world, those able to compete with Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets absolutely did not surpass the number of fingers on both hands. His might was affirmed through countless years. A true G.O.D. realm like Yi Yuan, just what kind of capital did he rely on to detect Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' prying into? Also, what kind of being was Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets? This art of prying into heaven's secrets was created by his elderly self. If he was curious about Yi Yuan, wouldn't he perform a divination himself? Or was it that even Ancestor Profound Secrets could not divine Yi Yuan's destiny too? This was simply inconceivable. The suspicion in Jian Sutao's heart became increasingly stronger. The more he thought, the more alarmed he got. The more he thought, the more curious he got. His curiosity was like a cat scratching, almost scratching his heart into pieces. However, he really did not dare to spy on Yi Yuan. Rather, it was Yi Yuan who looked at Jian Sutao with an unperturbed look and said coolly, "Looks like you've already received the news. I can only tell you that you're destined to meet this Emperor Bone but not fated to be together." Pooh work. Jian Sutao could not resist spewing out a mouthful of old blood. For the sake of this Qilin Emperor Bone, he waited for no idea how many tens of thousands of years. But in the end, it was obtained by this brat. The key was that the higher-ups even issued a death order to not get involved with this thing anymore. Except, if it was gone, it was gone. But could Yi Yuan freaking not show off his cleverness after what had happened? Jian Sutao regretted it until his intestines were green now. If he had long known, he would not have let Yi Yuan enter the ancient G.O.D. battlefield. Now, things were great, it all became a wedding gift for Yi Yuan. But then again, could it be that this was also foreordained by the heavens? Chapter 1997. Denounce crimes publicly. Chapter 1997. Denounce crimes publicly, haha. Congratulations to Brother Hongxiao for achieving the realm of an Empyrean, truly to be congratulated. When Yi Yuan saw Jian Hongxiao, he had a joyful face. Not seeing him for 3 years, Jian Hongxiao was already an Empyrean realm powerhouse now. Hoo-hoo, stop making fun of your elder brother. Becoming an Empyrean, half of the credit goes to you. Jian Hongxiao said with a big laugh. The current Jian Hongxiao was full of high spirits. He did not look old and decrepit like when Yi Yuan saw him for the first time. The backlash of heavenly Tao was already completely dispelled. Breaking through to the Empyrean realm, he had a lot of longevity added out of the blue. The current Jian Hongxiao was no longer that mopey extreme light Imperial City's profound secrets pavilion lord. Seeing Jian Hongxiao like this now, Yi Yuan also felt happy for him from the bottom of his heart. Brother Hongxiao not only returned to the peak now, but you also even improved a step further. This Yi can also set my mind at ease. Coming today, it's firstly to visit Brother Hongxiao. Secondly, it's to say goodbye to Brother Hongxiao, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Jian Hongxiao's face changed when he heard that and said, Why? Leaving already? Yi Yuan and said, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, that side isn't stable yet. I can't set my heart at ease. I'd better to go back as soon as possible. Jian Hongxiao also felt touched in his heart when he heard it. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was newly set up. However, Yi Yuan immediately put down the matters over there just for the sake of coming to repay gratitude. For him, Yi Yuan even did not hesitate to enter the ancient G.O.D. battlefield, experiencing life and death. Jian Hongxiao understood in his heart. People should not look at how Yi Yuan broke through 2 minor realms in a row inside the ancient G.O.D. battlefield in a simple manner. This was because the dangers that he experienced were definitely unimaginable too. He was once the Stellar Hall's elder and naturally knew the dangers of the ancient G.O.D. battlefield. An entire force being completely wiped out, this sort of thing, often happened in the history of extreme luck great imperial capital. Jian Hongxiao heaved a sigh and said, Then I won't hold you back. When I'm free later, I'll go to Heavenly Eagle to visit you. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said smilingly, Brother Hongxiao, you have to keep your word. Inside Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's City Lord Manor's Hall, 2 men, 1 woman, and 3 youngsters were sitting. Below them, City Lords Zhuojie, Cold Feather, and the rest were kneeling on the ground. That young man on the left-hand side said with a cold smile, Zhuojie, your Southridge 10 cities gained autonomy and claimed kings. Hi+P, disrespecting my 5 firmament great imperial capital. How do you plead? This young man was called Deng Wei, the number 1 genius of the 5 firmament great imperial capitals Deng family. Placed in the entire 5 firmament great imperial capital, he was also a first-rate existence. The man on the right-hand side was called Dai Yang, the number 1 genius of 5 firmament great imperial capitals Dai family. As for that cold beauty in the middle, she was the 5 firmament great imperial capitals City Lord Manor's number 1 genius, Lu Zi. The number 1 geniuses of 5 firmament great imperial capitals 3 major families actually all gathered at Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Facing these 3 great geniuses, Zhuojie did not even dare to breathe loudly. These 3 people were clearly representing the 5 firmament great imperial capital to come and denounce them for their crimes. Right now, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's situation was equivalent to carving out a place within the scope of 5 firmament great imperial capitals' jurisdiction, carving out territory and claiming kings. Hi+P. How could 5 firmament great imperial capital possibly permit this sort of thing to happen? Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was not a place like Extreme Light Imperial City that no one dared to provoke. Zwashuja thought that with the Southridge 10 nations being far away from the central authority, they would not intervene. 5 firmament great imperial capital might not even take notice. But who knew that after several decades the news still leaked out? This, 3 lords are mistaken. How can our Southridge 10 cities possibly show disrespect to 5 firmament great imperial capital? Lord Yiyuan is just 9 pledge imperial capitals patrolling inspector. We're a city under 9 pledge imperial capitals command. Zwashuja said. Deng Wei smiled coldly and said, Do you take the 3 of us to be fools? Can Yu Wenfeng still govern you all now? Zwashuja panicked in his heart but still said, Naturally can be governed. Deng Wei could not help choking when he heard that and said with a cold smile, looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Do you think that with this young master's ident? 1. Tai, I still need any evidence to kill you, a puny little imperial city lord? Finished talking, the aura on Deng Wei's body skyrocketed, terrifying true G. D-realm pressure suddenly erupted. How could Zwashuja, a mere 4th firmament celestial deity, be able to block such a terrifying energy undulation? The bones in his body were crushed until they burst apart. Poo work! Zwashuja and the rest directly spewed out a large mouthful of blood, already sustaining extremely serious injuries. On the seat of honor, Lu Zi opened her mouth and said coolly, All right, they merely take orders from people. The perpetrator hasn't appeared yet, so killing them is also useless. Deng Wei gave a cold snort and said, These lowly things. Not giving them a bit of color, they don't know my prowess. Come men. Detain these few people into the dungeons for me. Once that Yiyuan comes back, detain him away along with the rest. Under the word of command, quite a few armored soldiers came in from outside. They were shockingly all peak true G.O.D. realm strength. But there was no need for them to take action anymore. Zwashuja and the rest were all hanging in there with a breath now. Not dying was already pretty good. After dealing with them, Dai Yang said with a cold snort, These guys are more stubborn one after another. I'm afraid that they have sucked bed to that Yiyuan's influence. I'm very curious now, whether that kid called Yiyuan has 3 heads and 6 arms or not. Deng Wei faced the Lu Zi in the seat of honor with a fawning smile and said, Miss Zi, what should we do next? Lu Zi said coolly, Everyone that has connections to Yiyuan, throw them all into the dungeons. When that Yiyuan returns, detain him and bring him to 5 firmament great imperial capital along with the others. Deng Wei and Dai Yang exchanged a glance, both secretly surprised in their hearts. Although this Lu Zi was a woman, her methods were not an ordinary kind of cruel. This way, it was equivalent to rounding up the Southridge 10 cities in one fell swoop. But there are still 2 true G.O.D. realm powerhouses in this city. That first firmament true G.O.D. isn't a problem. But that 4th firmament true G.O.D. is likely not easy to deal with. Deng Wei looked at Lu Zi meaningfully and said. Lu Zi slowly stood up and said coolly, Leave that 4th firmament true G.O.D. to me. The others, you guys go and take care of it. If anyone resists, directly kill them. At this time, Bai Chun, White Light, Ning Tianping, and the rest were all gathered together. These people aren't here with good intentions, Bai Chun said with a frown. Lu Zi and the rest were all middle-stage true G.O.D. realm powerhouses. He was not a match for them at all. White Light's expression changed and he said, Who cares? If really can't work it out, fight it out with them. Ling Qiuling shook her head and said, It isn't advisable to be impulsive for this matter. With their strength currently, we're not their match at all. This matter, we can only wait for Yiyuan to come and resolve it. Under the effect of Yiyuan's medicinal pills, The few of them were all peak ninth firmament celestial deity powerhouses now. It was just that they were still a step away from true God realm. However, this kind of power was not worth mentioning at all in front of Lu Zi 3 people. But these few fellows are so insidious. The moment they entered the city, they sealed off all of the array formations. Now news can't go out at all. If Big Brother really comes back, wouldn't he be walking right into a trap? White Light said with a frown. But Bai Chen shook his head and said, I agree with Miss Lung's opinion. With Master's talent, he definitely already broke through to the true God realm now. Even if he's not a match for them, these few people can't make him stay either. As long as Master is fine, everything is alright. Chapter 1998. Jiang Ming, I've remembered it. Chapter 1998. Jiang Ming, I've remembered it. Very soon, the news spread out. People from the City Lord Manor as well as powerhouses that were related to Yiyuan, including those at the Celestial Deity Realm, were all thrown into prison. One true God realm powerhouse, Bai Chen, was directly smacked by a palm move from his opponent, resulting in serious injury. The black-clothed armored guards that the 3 great powerhouses brought took charge of the entire city's defense. Everyone was only allowed to enter and not allowed to go out. The entire city was in a stir. These few years, martial artists lived very comfortably in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City under Yiyuan's governance. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Alchemy Dao's prosperity also attracted a large number of martial artists. The overall strength of the martial artists in the city already increased by a great deal. These changes were visible in everyone's eyes. The martial artists in the city were very averse to these black-clothed armored soldiers that suddenly appeared. It was just that the strengths of these black-clothed armored troops were too strong. Hence, they did not dare to resist at all. Everyone dared to get angry but did not dare to speak up. If only Lord Yiyuan was in the city, these guys definitely won't dare to be unbridled. Sigh. I heard that the ones who came this time are 5 firmament great imperial capitals middle stage true God realm powerhouses. Even if Lord Yiyuan is here, it will likely be tough to stem the raging tides too. Behind them stands an Empyrean powerhouse. Even thinking about it makes people tremble. Could it be that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City is going to return to its state like in the past in the end? We barely experienced a few good days. Great imperial capitals were represented by Empyrean powerhouses. Empyrean powerhouses represented invincibility. At least, for an extremely long time, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's martial artists never thought that they could get involved with Empyrean powerhouses. This level of powerhouse could massacre countless imperial cities with a wave of a hand. They were not in the same world as them at all. Now, being targeted by this kind of powerhouse, everyone bemoaned endlessly in their hearts. At least, the current days were much better than in the past. Who would be willing to return to the past? Oh, right, isn't there still a 4th firmament true God powerhouse in the city? No idea who spoke, it rekindled everyone's hope again. What they did not know was that Lu Zi was currently confronting Bai Tong at this time. Am I making a move, or are you doing it yourself? Lu Zi said coolly, without the slightest emotion. Bai Tong said coolly, I'll only use one move. If you can receive it, I'll enter the prison by myself. He was currently merely an initial stage 4th firmament true God, but Lu Zi was a peak 5th firmament true God. There was practically a difference of 2 minor cultivation realms between the 2 people. Although Bai Tong was an Empyrean powerhouse, his strength was not considered strong among Empyreans. His most important item. 1. Tai was still an alchemist. Lu Zi nodded slightly and said, Okay, I'll give you this chance. Make your move. Bai Tong smiled slightly. Waving his hand, he pointed a finger out. The entire void started trembling. Lu Zi's face revealed a slight look of surprise, but his expression turned to normal very quickly. It was only to hear her give a delicate cry, her dainty palms smacking out without any mercy. For a moment, a horrifying power of law was virtually going to punch through S.P.A.C. Bai Tong's pupils constricted, immediately feeling tremendous pressure. Bang! Two powers of law collided fiercely in the air. Bai Tong's figure flew out backward. Lu Zi looked at the Bai Tong, who fell to the ground, and said coolly, "Strength isn't bad, but T's just that it's still a bit lacking." Finished talking, she left with her hands behind her back. Bai Tong gave a bitter laugh, really having a feeling of a tiger who landed in a plane being bullied by a dog. But he still walked into the prison obediently. When Yi Yuan stepped into Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, he immediately detected that something was wrong. He furrowed his eyebrows but still walked over in the direction of the City Lord Manor. Lord Yi Yuan. Lord Yi Yuan came back. Very soon, the martial artists in the city recognized Yi Yuan, all revealing half hopeful and half fearful faces. Yi Yuan sensed the peculiarity in their gaze, but he did not pay mind and just answered with a smile. Suddenly, a young divine Lord Realm martial artist grabbed hold of Yi Yuan and said anxiously, "Lord Yi Yuan, you can't go to the City Lord Manor. Hurry up and leave." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, thinking to himself that something indeed happened. "What happened?" Yi Yuan asked. The divine Lord Realm martial artist said, "Your Excellency, don't care about it. Hurry up and go. It will be too late if you still don't leave. 5 firmament great imperial capitals powerhouses have already surrounded the entire city until not even water can seep through, just waiting for your appearance." 5 firmament great imperial capital? Yi Yuan was startled in his heart, not expecting that the problem actually came from 5 firmament great imperial capital. He did not become the Southridge patrolling inspector harboring the mentality of setting up a separatist regime. It was just that making him go to 9 pledge imperial capital to report and pay his respects every day. He could not possibly do it. As for 5 firmament great imperial capital, that was naturally even more impossible. Except, Yi Yuan did not expect that 5 firmament great imperial capital actually intervened in the remote Southridge 10 cities. The divine Lord Realm martial artist nodded and said, "Correct. They sent 3 middle stage true God realm powerhouses to come. Their means are all very formidable. Even that 4th firmament true God powerhouse was defeated. Hurry and leave. If still not leaving, it will really be too late." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted when he heard this. Others did not know Bai Tong's ident. 1. Tai, but Yi Yuan knew. Bai Tong was an Empyrean powerhouse. Even if matching up against a 5th firmament true God, Bai Tong also should not lose. Being able to defeat Bai Tong, the strength of the people that came this time was really very strong. But what Yi Yuan was more worried about was still Bai Tong's safety. That 4th firmament true God you mentioned, is he alright? Yi Yuan's tone gradually turned cold. The divine Lord Realm martial artist shook his head and said, "How can this lowly one know such things? Either way, the people from the City Lord Manor and people who are related to your Excellency have virtually all already fallen into enemy hands. Life and death unknown. Life and death unknown." Yi Yuan's head went buzzing. Bai Chun, White Light, Ling Qiuling, and Jiang Jadehall, they all were Yi Yuan's extremely close people. If they all died, Yi Yuan would really go insane. "Yi Yuan, it's true. Hurry and leave. The guards in the city now have all been swapped out. They have probably already gotten the news. If you still don't go, it will really be too late." This divine Lord Realm clearly respected Yi Yuan a lot. His words were full of concern. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and worked hard to calm himself down. He knew that with this person's level, it was impossible to know the specifics of the matter. This incident still had to meet the other party before it could be confirmed. If someone really died, Yi Yuan would definitely destroy the 5 firmament great imperial capital. Yi Yuan suddenly beamed widely and asked, "Little brother, what's your name?" The divine Lord Realm martial artist was taken aback and blurted out, This lowly one is called Jiang Ming." Yi Yuan nodded and said smilingly, "Jiang Ming, I've remembered it." Finished talking, his figure moved, heading straight in the direction of the City Lord Manor. But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A ray of sword light sped over like the wind from 10,000 feet away, arriving in an instant. But the target was not Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan naturally felt the sword light and abruptly wanted to turn around. Except, it was already too late. Bang! Horrifying law undulations directly obliterated Jiang Ming. How could a mere divine Lord Realm powerhouse block a true God sword? As a 5-firmament great imperial capital citizen, to actually turn traitor and tip people off. Truly a commoner. Death isn't regrettable. A sweet-sounding voice closed in from afar. The voice was so pleasant, but the person's action was so cruel. Chapter 1999. Lowly Commoner. Chapter 1999. Lowly Commoner. Although this was on a bustling street, the entire city was incomparably quiet. Only this pleasant-sounding voice was reverberating. Lu Zi walked over lightly just like that, as if a heavenly maiden descending upon the mortal world. That appearance made all life topple. But in the eyes of the current Yi Yuan, this was a skeleton. A pink skeleton. She was heartless, she was cold, and she looked down on all living things. In her eyes, she was heaven, not allowing the slightest bit of defiance. "Your Excellency, hurry and go. It will be too late if you still don't leave." "Your Excellency, I'm called Jiang Ming." Jiang Ming only spoke a few sentences to Yi Yuan in total, the words still ringing in his ears. It was also Yi Yuan's first time seeing this young divine Lord Realm martial artist. He could see Jiang Ming's feelings of idolization toward him from the other party's eyes. He was innocent, but this woman killed him in front of him just like that. Unforgivable. An icy cold killing intent instantly swept throughout the entire street. On the streets, it was as if the temperature suddenly fell several degrees. Lu Zi looked at Yi Yuan expressionlessly and said while having a pitying look, "Are you angry for a lowly commoner? Truly pitiful. It likewise also shows your incompetence. You couldn't save him and similarly can't save yourself too." Not that Yi Yuan did not want to save, but that sword move earlier grasped the situation too well. His heart was full of worry over white light and the rest. The moment he moved, he called forth all of his energy, and then the sword came from another direction. He had no time to turn around and save Jiang Ming at all. Even if he knew spatial law, it also could not make it in time. Yi Yuan's two eyes were icy cold as he questioned, "In your eyes, is human life akin to GRASS? You are targeting me, so why make a move against an irrelevant person?" Lu Zi had a calm look as she said, "A mere lowly commoner. If he's killed, then he's killed, what can you do to me? Moreover, he isn't an unrelated person. He tipped you off. Rebelling against us by giving information is the same crime as revolting." By the side, Deng Wei could not help laughing as he said, "Really a foolish guy. He's clearly so weak, yet he still wants to share his sympathy with such a lowly commoner. I really don't know how he cultivated reaching his realm." Dai Yang also laughed in spite of himself and said, "This kid's cultivation speed is pretty fast. The intel that we received was that he might have broken through to the true God realm already. I didn't think that he's already third firmament true God. However, it's still too weak." Lu Zi said coolly, "Rootless wood, waterless duckweed. No matter how high the realm, it's also futile." These three people chimed in one after another. Heavenly Eagle's martial artists were uncomfortable all over when they listened. In the eyes of these proud chosen of heaven, these people, were simply insignificant existences. One more, one less, it completely did not matter to these proud chosen of heaven. Of course, it was like this in the entire Heavenspan world. It was just that after experiencing Yi Yuan's rule, they felt that this was a heavenly paradise. Yi Yuan was different from these high and mighty proud chosen of heaven. He would fly into a great rage for an insignificant civilian. This kind of warm feeling was what they had never experienced before. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Zi, his face frosty as he said, "The three of you keep harping about him being a lowly commoner. Do you really think that you're dragons or phoenixes among men? In my eyes, you guys are the out-and-out lowly plebeians." His words were full of ridicule. Lu Zi's expression was calm and did not get angry. She just said coolly, "Indulging in contention of mouth and tongue? That laughable dignity of yours is actually utterly worthless. Okay, I'll give you a chance. If you can win any one out of the three of us, I can bring my men and leave." 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital's understanding of Yi Yuan was actually not much. They received a tip-off, saying that Yi Yuan was acting autonomously. It was only then they started paying attention to such a remote Southridge 10 cities. Looking into it slightly, they discovered that Southridge 10 cities' situation was indeed somewhat abnormal. Hence, that was why there was this operation. The reason why they sent out such a powerful lineup was that they knew that a 4th Firmament True God powerhouse had once appeared here before. As for Yi Yuan, they did not place him in their eyes at all. But Yi Yuan's appearance indeed made these 3 people somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan at most just broke through to the true God realm currently. Who knew that he already reached the 3rd Firmament True God realm so quickly? But, even if it was 3rd Firmament True God, Lu Zi still did not take him seriously. Initial stage True God realm and middle stage True God realm were on completely different levels. Yi Yuan's gaze was frosty as he said, "No need. Today, none of you can leave. In your eyes, Jiang Ming is a lowly commoner. But in my eyes, he's 10,000 times bleer than you all. Hence, I'll use your blood to hold a memorial ceremony for Jiang Ming." Deng Wei laughed loudly when he heard it and said, "Ignorant thing, to actually place that lowly commoner in the same category as us. Are you trying to infuriate us? Well, you've succeeded. You'll regret it." Finished talking, he slowly walked out, aura becoming stronger and stronger, climbing to the peak very quickly. A 5th Firmament True God. When the martial artists in the city saw this commotion, each and every one of their expression changed abruptly. They could not help worrying for Yi Yuan. They knew that every minor realm of True God realm had a tremendous disparity, let alone that there was a small stage between Yi Yuan and Deng Wei. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with a pitying look, "Originally planned on detaining and bringing all of you to the great imperial capital. Looking at it now, there's no need anymore. It was only to see 2 kinds of power of law fused together in perfect harmony, his aura rising a level once more. Horrifying heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered over crazily. So strong. This is wind and lightning, 2 powers of law fusing. Furthermore, these 2 kinds of laws are already cultivated to middle stage rank 6. Truly well-deserving of being a genius that came from a great imperial capital. He's actually this strong. Lord Yi Yuan isn't looking too good. Although he also has law fusion, the realm disparity is too great." The martial artists in the city could not refrain from worrying about Yi Yuan. Reaching True God realm, jumping realms and battling became increasingly difficult. Moreover, Deng Wei, this kind of genius was in existence invincible in the same rank to begin with. Begin like you will never understand the difference between you and a true genius. If you can receive this wind lightning true grand palm and not die, this genius can consider sparing your life. Deng Wei's gaze turned cold and suddenly threw a palm out, aiming straight for Yi Yuan. But, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan did not move a muscle. Yes, there wasn't the slightest bit of law undulation on Yi Yuan's body. He also did not condense any heaven and earth spiritual energy. He actually stood there and let the other party hit. Everyone was stunned. Facing a powerhouse who was 2 minor realms higher than him, he actually stood there and did not move? Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats, looking at Yi Yuan with worried faces. Lu Zi just smiled coldly and said, "Stupid." This palm arrived in an instant and bombarded Yi Yuan's body solidly, erupting with an intense speed. Everyone looked at this scene in complete bewilderment, not knowing why Yi Yuan would do this. Deng Wei looked at that ball of light with a contemptuous look and said disdainfully, "Foolish thing, think that he's an unkillable croach?" But very soon the light dissipated. A figure stood there proudly, standing stone still. Chapter 2000. The Laws of 5 Elements. Chapter 2000. The Laws of 5 Elements. This. How is this possible? Actually completely unscathed. Lord Yi Yuan how did he do it? This defensive strength is truly freakishly powerful. There were cries of exclamations in the city. Following that, there was joyful cheering. Not seeing him for several decades, Lord Yi Yuan's strength increased to a realm that made people tremble again. Of course, this was to the enemy. Deng Wei's pupils constricted, staring fixedly at that figure, full of disbelief. Yi Yuan stood proudly, his body not even having a damaged corner of his sleeve. How freakish was this defensive power? Lu Zi's brows furrowed slightly, clearly extremely surprised by this scene. Just now, there was the undulation of an Empyrean spirit treasure. He has a defensive Empyrean spirit treasure on him. Lu Zi opened her mouth and said coldly, "Empyrean spirit treasure?" Deng Wei looked at Yi Yuan absent-mindedly. Immediately, his face revealed a look of wild elation. Yi Yuan had an Empyrean spirit treasure on him. As long as he killed Yi Yuan, wouldn't the Empyrean spirit treasure be his? How could Deng Wei's little thought hide from Yi Yuan's eyes? He opened his mouth and said coolly, "Want the Empyrean spirit treasure?" Deng Wei did not have the intention of hiding and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that there's still an unexpected harvest by coming here. That Empyrean spirit treasure, I want it." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Can. As long as you can block a blow from me." Deng Wei burst out laughing when he heard this. He said, "Overconfident fool. You think that by relying on an Empyrean spirit treasure to block my attack, your strength outmatches this young master's strength? If this young master can't even block this blow of yours, wouldn't these several thousand years have been lived in vain?" Yi Yuan was expressionless. He had been suppressing his rage constantly. "Very well, then you receive it well." Yi Yuan's figure suddenly erupted, arriving in front of Deng Wei like lightning. So fast. Deng Wei's pupils constricted, world domain and protective divine essence bursting out crazily. However, his world domain and protective divine essence could not block Yi Yuan in the least bit at all. Yi Yuan was just like a sharp knife, barging straight into Deng Wei's world domain, 2 hands directly grabbing his shoulders. Deng Wei was greatly alarmed in his heart and struggled desperately, wanting to shake off Yi Yuan. But very soon an acute tearing feeling came from his body. It was extremely painful. What happened? Why do I feel like my body isn't mine anymore? This was the last thought that flashed past in Deng Wei's mind. Because his body was already torn in half by Yi Yuan using brute force, the entire city was silent. Everyone looked at this scene in incredible shock, feeling the jitters. Tearing a 5th firmament true God with his hands, it was such a spectacular sight. It was their first time seeing such a thing happen in their lives. Too shocking, too intense, too liberating. These few fellows had always been swaggering before others, harping on and on about lowly commoners. In the eyes of these people, these ordinary martial artists, were merely targets to be exploited, sheep that they were raising. Deng Wei was forcefully torn in half by Yi Yuan just like that. Middle stage, perfect sixth transformation golden body. Lu Zi and Dai Yang's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan in immense shock. The might of Yi Yuan's fleshy body power greatly exceeded their imaginations. Only then did they know that when Yi Yuan blocked Deng Wei's strike, the Empyrean spirit treasure was merely adding flowers to embroidery. What Yi Yuan truly relied on was his powerful to the extreme fleshy body. Achieving a middle stage sixth transformation golden body, this was the lucky chance that Yi Yuan obtained inside the C.R.A.P. Myrtle Cave. Currently, Yi Yuan had been suppressing his rage all along, so he needed to vent. And Deng Wei was clearly the best target. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looked toward Lu Zi and said coldly, "This is the so-called genius that you guys spoke of?" Merely thus. "I really don't know where your so-called sense of superiority came from. You kept saying on and on about how they are lowly commoners, but in my eyes you guys are the lowly plebeians. They work hard and fight every day in order to live. They frequently wander the borders of life and death. They supply resources to you all, these so-called geniuses. But in the end, they became the lowly commoners that came out of your mouth. You don't need to worry about food and clothing, don't have to worry about resources, don't lack cultivation methods, and mystic treasures are free for your picking. Putting it bluntly, you all just simply reincarnated well. Even so, he still couldn't block a move from me. What a joke. You all remember for me, killing you guys today is for the sake of a young man called Jiang Ming." Yi Yuan's every word and sentence rang with power, condemning Lu Zi and Dai Yang until they were utterly worthless. He naturally had this capital. Previously, Deng Wei's words were wildly conceited, not taking Yi Yuan seriously at all. But in the end, he could not even hurt a single strand of Yi Yuan's hair. He could not even block one blow from Yi Yuan. Lu Zi's expression did not have much of a change. She just said with a cold smile, "This is your reliance? You think that by killing Deng Wei you've cornered us? Also, you killing Deng Wei is already a capital crime. You and the people around you all have to die." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Is that so?" Swaz. Plus voice had not faded and Yi Yuan's figure suddenly erupted. The Dai Yang who was by the side immediately felt his scalp tingle, a feeling of immense danger welling up in his heart. He used all of his energy to defend, but it was to no avail. Bang! Yi Yuan's punch landed, Dai Yang's entire person was blown apart, turning into a cloud of blood mist, no time to even defend. And from start to end, Lu Zi observed coldly from the sidelines, not having the intention of helping. Lord Yi Yuan's strength is actually already so strong. Ha ha! Beat this group of condescending things to death. Lord Yi Yuan, we support you. Lord Yi Yuan, kill that girl. Take revenge for Jiang Ming. The martial artists in the city all watched until their hot blood boiled with excitement, shouting crazily. They all knew that Yi Yuan similarly rose from nothing. He relied on his own efforts and walked until today step by step. Now, Yi Yuan represented them and beat these condescending geniuses until they were utterly routed. How could they not be excited? Lu Zi looked at Yi Yuan and was still calm as she said, "I admit that I underestimated you. But it also ends here. Although the perfect golden body is formidable, you still can't escape death." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "I really don't know where the confidence of you all, these so-called geniuses, came from." A sword appeared in Lu Zi's hand like a magic trick and she slowly said, "Don't know, is it? Then, this young lady will use it to tell you where my confidence comes from." Lu Zi's long sword swung, the air immediately became wet. Law of water. Following that, she beckoned with one hand. A CLU's of flames wrapped around her. Law of fire. The next second, the sword light turned cold. A yellowish-brown colored light halo lit up. Law of earth. In the city, the faces of all of the martial artists changed. The laws of 5 elements, 3 appeared all at once. Furthermore, there were still no signs of stopping. Lu Zi pointed with her sword, and another green light lit up. An aura of life filled the air. Everyone cried out in surprise, "Law of wood! There wouldn't be more, right?" The expressions of the martial artists in the city changed. However, things did not go as people wanted. Lu Zi let out a delicate cry, another power of law lit up. Chapter 2001, Conclusion. Chapter 2001, Conclusion. She actually comprehended 5 types of power of law by herself. How is this possible? All 5 elements. She comprehended all 5 elements. This comprehension ability is too terrifying. The 5 elements mutually promote and restrain each other. If utilized properly, the power could rival supreme laws. This woman is remarkable. In the city, a series of exclamations came over. They were never able to imagine that there was actually someone in this world who could comprehend 5 types of powers of law at the same time. This kind of talent already exceeded their imagination. Yi Yuan comprehended spatial law. This was indeed an extremely difficult thing. But comprehending the 5 elements at the same time, the difficulty was not the least bit weaker than spatial law. Furthermore, these 5 kinds of laws were all comprehended to the level of rank 6. This was simply inconceivable. Even when Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils constricted too, his expression changing slightly. He finally knew why even Bai Tong was defeated at her hands. Lu Zi looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "Now, do you know what my reliance is? I admit that your talent is indeed pretty good, to actually be able to attain the perfect 6th transformation golden body. But all this is nothing in front of me." This woman was confident to the extreme and also powerful to the extreme. Yi Yuan was indeed somewhat surprised in his heart. When he entered the ancient G.O.D. battlefield this time, people he saw were all extremely talented geniuses. Just take Zhou Yu for example. He was absolutely a first-rate powerhouse among peers. But Zhou Yu compared to this woman in front of him, the disparity was too great. Yi Yuan reined in his thoughts and looked at Lu Zi and said calmly, "It's just too bad that you seem to be unable to fuse the 5 elements law." When Lu Zi heard that, her expression could not help choking. This had always been her sore spot. She did not expect that it was exposed by Yi Yuan heartlessly. Comprehending all 5 elements and fusing 5 laws were 2 entirely different concepts. The strength difference was also worlds apart. However, fusing 2 types of laws was already something incredibly hard, let alone fusing 5 types of laws? This kind of thing, just thinking about it felt horrifying. Her face turned cold and she said, shamelessly boasting, "Talk wildly again after you block my laws of 5 elements." Yi Yuan shook his head. Suddenly, his gaze turned cold and he said, "It's not blocking your laws. I said it before, all 3 of you have to die today. This is the price of you killing Jiang Ming." Lu Zi sneered and said, "With just the likes of you?" Yi Yuan nodded his head. "With the likes of me." As he spoke, Yi Yuan slowly pulled out the bone sword. It was precisely that Empyrean spirit treasure that Empyrean vast universe gave to him. Lu Zi's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. This guy actually had 2 Empyrean spirit treasures on him. A defensive type Empyrean spirit treasure, an offensive type Empyrean spirit treasure. How could a puny little Southridge 10 cities give birth to such a monster? Hang on, didn't this guy have a perfect 6th transformation golden body? Why was he using a sword? Could it be that he was a martial body dual cultivator? That instant when she saw the bone sword, Lu Zi finally had a visible change in countenance. A series of doubts were raised in her mind. Today, the shock that this Southridge 10 cities patrolling inspector, who was viewed by her as a barbarian, brought to her was seriously too much. Lu Zi recollected her thoughts very quickly. Her confidence in herself was irreplaceable. "I really underestimated you. However, it's no use. My 5 elements sword art has no weakness to exploit. Is that so? Yi Yuan smiled disdainfully, holding the bone sword and plussing over, and then his figure turned illusory. Lu Zi's pupils constricted again, clearly getting a shock. Spatial law. Furthermore, it was 5th-level spatial law. This kid was not only extremely powerful in body refinement, but his attainment in laws was actually also so terrifying. However, there was already no time for her to be surprised. This sword of Yi Yuan had a momentum akin to an overwhelming force. Lu Zi did not dare to be neglectful. It was only to see her long sword swing. 3 types of power of laws immediately went to welcome him. Bang! Yi Yuan's fused sword intent clashed with Lu Zi's law of earth straight away. The law of earth contained the power of the earth. Its defense was the scariest. But, under Yi Yuan's sword, the law of earth could not stand up to the single blow at all, practically disintegrating in an instant. However, what was scariest about the 5 elements was not the power of each type of law. 5 types of power of laws mutually promoted and restrained each other. As long as the utilization was appropriate, it would be able to unleash more than several times, even dozens of times the power of the law itself. At this time, the law of wood and law of earth mutually complemented each other, coupled with the ceaselessness of the law of water. It actually made this sword of Yi Yuan's sink into the quagmire. Yi Yuan's sword move that pressed forward with indomitable will was easily resolved by Lu Zi just like that. It was quicker than words could tell. Talking about this sword move was very long. Actually, it was just a matter of an instant. However, Yi Yuan swung his sword in a circle, his figure swaying, attacking with another slash. Horrifying power of laws rolled in midair. The martial artists in the city had long retreated to an extreme far place. How could they dare to approach in the slightest? The showdown between 2 great true God realm powerhouses, spectators would die upon contact. Yi Yuan slashed consecutively, but no matter how his sword moves changed, he was unable to breach Lu Zi's laws of 5 elements. Lu Zi was clearly incomparably familiar with the utilization of the 5 elements law. 5 types of laws alternated indeterminately, continuing in an endless cycle, not giving Yi Yuan any chance at all. However, Lu Zi was constantly being suppressed by Yi Yuan and also did not have the strength left over to retaliate at all, and could only defend passively. 2 mighty powerhouses fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open in the sky of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. The horrifying energy undulations made people extremely terrified. I didn't expect that you actually fused sword Dao law and spatial law, being truly out of my expectations. However, it's useless. My 5 elements law won't give you any chance. Lu Zi appeared very calm as she said. Suddenly, Yi Yuan pulled back his sword momentum, leaving the battlefield. Lu Zi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "What? Gave up, is it? Now it's my turn." Yi Yuan looked at Lu Zi and said coolly, "No need. You won't have the chance to make your move. Your 5 elements are merely thus. Next you can go and die already." Lu Zi had a proud look on her face as she said with a cold smile, "Foolish thing, still haven't figured out your own strength until now? I've already grasped your strength clearly. Eat a sword move from me." Finished talking, Lu Zi stabbed a sword move out. The 5 elements were continuously reproduced in an endless succession under her sword, the energy getting more and more terrifying. Yi Yuan just looked at this scene calmly. He was storing up strength. A feeling of the heart and mind being linked together came from the bone sword. This bone sword was indeed exceptional. To the current Yi Yuan, it was all too suitable. Except, the current Yi Yuan, the aura on his body was very feeble, and was not as outrageous as Lu Zi's. Suddenly, he abruptly snapped open his eyes. A sword stabbed out flatly. Sword Hollow Etch. Even though it was Sword Hollow Etch, this sword actually had some similarities with Empyrean Vast Universe's third sword. It was just that Yi Yuan could not achieve fully retracting the sword momentum. The more horrifying the sword move was, the harder to control it. Yi Yuan's sword hollow etch move, the power was too great. Just like this, Yi Yuan's seemingly ordinary sword hollow etch move whirled away toward the five elements sword art. Chapter 2002. Stirring Up Big Trouble. Chapter 2002. Stirring Up Big Trouble. Lu Zi's face was full of disdain. The power of this sword move looked to be just that tiny bit stronger than before. This was Yi Yuan's ace in the hole? All talk no action. It seemed like this kid only had just this bit of strength. In a blink of an eye, sword hollow etch collided together with the five elements sword art. Bang! The houses around instantly turned to dust, as if they had never existed before. Lu Zi's expression instantly turned from disdain to stupefaction. A force that toppled mountains and overturned the seas came over from the sword light. Lu Zi's complexion turned white as a sheet, frenziedly urging her divine essence and mobilizing heaven and earth spiritual energy. The five elements continuously regenerated in endless succession, attempting to stop this terrifying force. It was just that everything was futile. Lu Zi felt that Yi Yuan's power was like a tsunami, the sky rending asunder and the earth splitting open, without ceasing. No matter how she utilized the five elements law, she was unable to withstand it too. Pooh work! Lu Zi spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, directly being struck flying out by this sword move, falling heavily to the ground. The current Lu Zi had her clothes all disheveled, hair hanging down loosely. How was there still that demeanor of a fairy maiden? She was still struggling to get up, but a sword already reached her throat. Yi Yuan's sword move was too strong. Her internal organs already suffered extremely severe injuries. This is your reliance, your pride? Merely thus. Right now, you're even inferior to the lowly commoners you spoke of. So what qualifications do you have to look down on them? Yi Yuan looked at Lu Zi, his words full of mockery. Just earlier, Lu Zi was still a fairy maiden high up in the clouds, using a proud gaze to look at the world indifferently. But now, Yi Yuan was looking down on her. All of her pride was crushed by Yi Yuan at this moment until it was shredded to pieces. What bulls! Hi+T genius, nothing at all compared to Lord Yi Yuan. Really too strong. Lord Yi Yuan is really too strong. A genius who comprehended the five elements law is actually not even his mat. Ha ha ha, really Refrez? Hi+ing. Doesn't she look down on us, these lowly commoners? What about herself now? The martial artists in the city all started cheering frenziedly. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan still had a perfect victory facing a powerful existence with five laws, particularly the five elements. One had to know, Lu Zi was 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. True G.O.D. realm, 2 minor realms meant a disparity of several thousand years or even several tens of thousands of years. Of course, this was just to geniuses. To those ordinary martial artists, a minor realm might be several hundreds of thousands of years. Lu Zi's expression was also extremely ugly. She never would have thought that she would actually lose to a third firmament true God, this mpkin-like existence in her eyes. This kind of blow virtually shattered all of her confidence. At this time, a black-clothed armored soldier hurriedly spoke up. Brat, there's Emperor Lu Yen behind Miss Z. If you dare to touch her, the entire city has to be buried in death with her. Hearing that, everyone shuddered with fear. An Empyrean powerhouse, this was something that they had never thought about, and also an existence far beyond their reach. Once an Empyrean was enraged, corpses would span 10,000 miles. If they provoked an Empyrean powerhouse, how could a mere heavenly eagle imperial city bear his wrath? Lu Zi looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "My father is the five firmament great imperial capital city lord, Lu Yen. Even if you won against me, so what?" Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "The person that I, Yi Yuan, want to kill, even if the Jade Emperor comes, he can't stop it too. So what if Empyrean? But Lu Zi was indifferent. She felt that Yi Yuan was indulging in contention of mouth and tongue. Empyrean powerhouse, that was a God-like existence, who would dare defy? She looked at Yi Yuan and said calmly, Yi Yuan, you're a talent. I admit that I'm inferior to you. But, if you dare to touch a hair of mine, you'll die without a burial ground. These lowly commoners will likewise be buried in death with you. When Yi Yuan heard that, his face was full of sneers. This woman was also too conceited. At this point, she still thought that he was pretending to be profound? The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was amused. Hoo, at this point, do you still feel that you're lofty and above the ma? Ses? Yi Yuan said with a cold laugh. Lu Zi gave Yi Yuan a glance and said calmly, Stop being pretentious here. Could it be that you really dare to kill me? My father is an Empyrean powerhouse. That isn't an existence you can afford to provoke. Being able to defeat me shows that you're indeed very strong and have no relations whatsoever with these powerless lowly plebeians. All in all, you don't dare to kill me, and even have to send me back properly. When Yi Yuan heard, he laughed in spite of himself. This woman was really hopeless. He looked at Lu Zi and said with a cold smile, Originally, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. But you never should have killed Jiang Ming. Maybe in your eyes, he's just an insignificant small character. But in my eyes, he's a young man who had affection and loyalty. If you don't die today, heaven will not tolerate it. Done talking, the tip of Yi Yuan's sword moved, stabbing right through Lu Zi's heart. Until death, Lu Zi had a look of disbelief. Was this guy mad? He actually really dared to kill her. However, Lu Zi's pupils gradually dilated. The look in her eyes gradually started turning lax. A proud heavens chosen of her generation fell here. Everyone looked at this scene in incredible shock, disbelief on their faces. When that black-clothed armored soldier uttered the awe-inspiring name of the Empyrean, everyone was taken back. It was just that none of them thought that Yi Yuan actually really dared to kill people. And the reason was just a lowly commoner that they spoke of. You actually really kill, young lady, are you crazy? That true God realm black-clothed armored soldier had a look of disbelief all over his face. Could it be that this guy did not fear an Empyrean powerhouse? He actually killed an Empyrean's daughter. Yi Yuan looked at that black-clothed armored soldier and said coldly, This he has a clear conscience when doing things. If I let her go, how will I give an account to the deceased Jiang Ming? Considering everything and everyone beneath their notice, then they have to bear the consequences of looking down on everyone and everything. Also, you all, none of you can think about leaving. That black-clothed armored soldier's face changed, feeling like he ran into a lunatic. Why was this guy so unreasonable? Completely could not talk sense. The more you spoke, the more he fought with you. When Yi Yuan saw Zhushujie and the rest, the rage in his heart grew even more. Zhushujie few people already lost most of their life, only leaving behind one last breath. If not for that Lu Zi wanted to bring them back to 5 firmament great imperial capital, they would likely have already perished and their Tao dissipating at this time. Of course, this was nothing to Yi Yuan. As long as there was a breath there, Yi Yuan could save them. However, when they knew that the 5 firmament great imperial capitals' powerhouses were completely annihilated, their faces were still incomparably shocked. This time, a big hole was poked in the basket. Such exceptionally talented figures were bound to be 5 firmament great imperial capitals' important figures, so how could they drop the matter? When Bai Tong saw Yi Yuan, he smiled and said, You indeed didn't let me down. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I've made you suffered. Chapter 2003, Lu Yan's Fury. Chapter 2003, Lu Yan's Fury. Inside the City Lord Manor, the atmosphere did not ease up even after the deaths of the 3 great geniuses. On the contrary, the atmosphere was rather suffocating. Your Excellency, this is our heavenly eagle imperial city considered to have revolted? City Lord Zhushujie asked somewhat fluid. Tieredly. Under Yi Yuan's miracle medicine, Zhuoshuji finally had his life saved. As an imperial capital's city lord under 5 firmament great imperial capitals command, he had awe and veneration in his heart toward the existence of great imperial capitals. This kind of awe and veneration had been mulating over a very long time. So how could it be wiped away easily? Yi Yuan killed an Empyrean's daughter and slaughtered hundreds of black-clothed armored soldiers. Among them, there were even some true God realm commanders. This way of doing things was simply too insane. What everyone was worried about now was the Empyrean's vengeance. Empyreans were invincible existences in everyone's eyes. Even if your true God realm strength was monstrous, in front of an Empyrean powerhouse, it was still too weak to stand up to the compet. Tian. Yi Yuan's strength was strong, powerful until he could kill Lu Zi, who comprehended the laws of the 5 elements. But in front of an Empyrean powerhouse, he would still be too weak to take a single blow. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, "Revolt? Since we've never obeyed before, what's there to revolt?" He had never treated himself as anyone's citizen. Taking on this position of patrolling envoy was also merely in order to make it convenient to run Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. With Yi Yuan's personality, he naturally would not leave his life at other people's mercy. Even if the other party was an Empyrean powerhouse, they could forget about making Yi Yuan lower his head too. But, Big Brother, our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City doesn't have an Empyrean powerhouse to hold down the fort. If that Empyrean Lu Yen really comes knocking, how should we respond? White Light also frowned and said. This time, he felt tremendous pressure too. Yeah, all our ants beneath Empyrean. Your Excellency, your strength is extremely strong, but you haven't reached Empyrean in the end, Ning Tianping also said with a worried look. Master, aren't you Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder? If you go and invite Empyrean powerhouses with this Aiden. 1. Tai they should give face, right? Bai Chen suddenly said. His words made everyone's eyes lit up all at once. The Aiden. 1. Tai of Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder was extraordinary. Even Empyrean powerhouses should give some face too. After all, who would offend a super alchemy God with a great future? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You all are thinking too much. No matter how powerful the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion is, they are also merely just a bunch of 6-star alchemy gods. Empyrean powerhouses, which one isn't extremely proud. How could they possibly come and be my hired thug for this sort of thing? This would not do, that would not do as well." Everyone really did not know what they should do. The Tli of Empyrean was like an enormous haze, cruise. Ing until everyone could not breathe. Everyone fell silent again. This atmosphere was not just inside the City Lord Manor. It was also spreading in the entire Imperial City. Although the present Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's strength already could not be compared to the past. Matching up against a great imperial capital, this level of a city, was undoubtedly an ant trying to shake a big tree. But even so, only a very small portion of people chose to leave Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. The vast majority of martial artists all chose to stay behind. Yi Yuan cutting down 3 great geniuses in a rage, they understood that it was not for himself. It was for an unimportant person. That body was called Jiang Ming. After that day, everyone remembered this once insignificant name, because that was the personification of each and every one of them. Wasn't each and every one of them the Jiang Ming among the numerous living things? I'm just an itinerant cultivator. These several tens of thousands of years, I've lived in more than a dozen cities before. But no city made me have such a sense of belonging. Lord Yi Yuan is different from ordinary controllers. In his eyes, every martial artist of Heavenly Eagle is his family. Isn't that so? The last time, Death Soul Gate provoked him, Lord Yi Yuan would rather bind both hands himself than be willing to have one more person in the city get hurt. One has to know, with his strength, killing those people wasn't a hard thing. This time, he also killed people in a rage for that end. Oh, body Jiang Ming. Yi Yuan made the martial artists here in Heavenly Eagle had a great sense of belonging these few years. He managed the martial tower and the pill tower, and opened them to all martial artists, and reduced the tax of the martial artists in the city. This series of things did not need to be said. Especially during this recent incident, Yi Yuan's actions and conduct thoroughly conquered the martial artists in the city, making everyone submit wholeheartedly. This made them feel like Heavenly Eagle Imperial City had a feeling of home. In this indifferent world, there was a ruler who sincerely supported bottom-level martial artists. This was clearly an extremely rare thing. Therefore, despite being clearly aware that Yi Yuan's opponent this time was an Empyrean powerhouse, no one shrank back. Instead, they had an appearance like they were bound by a common hatred for the enemy. There were no walls without cracks in the world. The news of Yi Yuan killing the three great geniuses, 5 firmament great imperial capital, received the news very quickly. At this time, the Deng family's and Dai family's 2 ancestors were currently in a furious rage at the City Lord Manor. The Deng family's ancestor Deng Yunzai roared furiously at Lu Yen, brother Lu Yen. This punk called Yi Yuan really ate a bear's heart or leopard's gall, to actually dare kill our family's Deng Wei. Not killing this fiend, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. By the side, the Dai family's ancestor, Dai Chuanhao, similarly had a look of thunderous rage as he said, "My Dai family expended countless painstaking effort on Yang'er for him to be who he is today. I was even hoping for him to inherit my mantle. But I didn't expect that he died in this brat's hands. Not killing him, I, Dai Chuanhao, swear that I'm less than human." These 2 ancestors currently had extremely vigorous auras. A few sentences were practically about to bring down the roof. Their fury could be seen from just this. Opposite them was a middle-aged man with a frosty expression. This middle-aged man was precisely Lu Zi's father, the master of 5 firmament great imperial capital, Lu Yen. For these 2 families' ancestors to dare raise such a clamor in front of an Empyrean, they were clearly in the same generation as Lu Yen. These 2 people were shockingly Empyrean powerhouses too. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's martial artists did not know 5 firmament great imperial capitals' actual situation. If they knew that Yi Yuan offended 3 great Empyrean powerhouses in one go, no idea how despairing it would be for them. Lu Zi's brows furrowed slightly. Snorting coldly, he said, "What's the fuss? Those 2 grandsons of yours have already been separated by no idea how many generations. Although their talents were pretty good, if really talking about it, it's also just like that. Whether or not they can break through to be an Empyrean is still another matter altogether. However, my Z is a 1 in 10,000 peerless genius. She already grasped the true essence of the 5 elements. Given time, her strength will definitely be above mine. You guys are furious. Could it be that this Empyrean isn't as furious as you all?" Lu Yen overflowed with majesty with every movement and action. Even though Deng and Dai, 2 people, were both Empyrean powerhouses, they also fell silent at this time. Yeah, actually, the angriest one should be Lu Yen. With Lu Zi's talent, breaking through to the Empyrean realm in the future was virtually a sure bet. In fact, there was a possibility of breaking through to the legendary realm of Heavenly Emperor. Such a rare talent, forget about the puny little 5 firmament great imperial capital, even when placed in a Heavenly Emperor Bodhimanda, she also did not pale in comparison to those geniuses. Now, she died bafflingly just like that. How could he, Lu Yen, not be furious? That, "Brother Lu Yen, why don't we make a move together and go kill that punk?" Deng Yunzai asked probingly. Lu Yen smiled coldly and said, "Kill him? Isn't that letting him off too lightly? This Empyrean will let him know what's called despair." Chapter 2004, I'll Spare Your Life. Chapter 2004. I'll spare your life. At Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, there was panic and terror everywhere. A piece of news came that 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital's City Lord, Emperor Lu Yen, issued an Emperor order with the ident. 1. Tie of City Lord. Within the boundary of 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital, all 187 Imperial Capitals, all martial artists above Celestial Deity Realm, were all to head to 9 Pledge Imperial Capital and gather. Emperor order, within the boundaries of a great imperial capital, it was a paramount order. Cities that received the order had to put aside all matters and follow the order unconditionally. But this kind of Emperor order might not be deployed once in a million years. But this time, Emperor Lu Yen utilized it. The goal was in order to deal with an imperial city. One had to know, in all 187 imperial capitals, each imperial capital had at least 10 or more true God realm powerhouses. Some high-order imperial capitals even had several dozen true God realm powerhouses. How terrifying a force was this? Is this Emperor Lu Yen mad? Dealing with us, a tiny little imperial city, he's actually going to mobilize several thousand true God realm powerhouses? How to fight this? Even if each of us has 3 heads and 6 arms, it's also impossible to win. Counting in Lord Yiyuan and Lord Whitelight, Lord Ling Qiuling, as well as Lord Ning Tianping, who just broke through, the true God realm powerhouses in the city are also just 6 people when added together. 6 versus several thousand? Everyone was in despair. This kind of power comparison simply made people be in despair. To an imperial city, a true God realm was sufficient to make all of them look up to already. But now, several thousand true God realms were actually coming all at once. This kind of shock simply could not use words to describe. Everyone only had one thought in their mind now, that was Emperor Lu Yen went crazy. He was driven mad by Lord Yiyuan. Inside the City Lord Manor, there was a depressing atmosphere. Everyone's face was covered in a layer of frost, incomparably solemn. I really didn't expect that Emperor Lu Yen would actually be so crazy, sending out thousands of true God realm powerhouses at once. This is plusing us to our wits' end. Jiang Jade Hall lamented. Everyone was silent, they really did not know how to follow up. Under absolute power, all hard work was feeble. Even if Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao was exceedingly formidable, it was also impossible to create thousands of true God realms within a short time. Let alone that among these several thousand true God realms, some were even horrifying 9th firmament true God realm existences. Pick out any one of these people at random and it would be enough for Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to choke on. You guys say something. Is this trying to stifle me to death? White Light paced back and forth, seeming very anxious. These people, had always had blind faith in Yiyuan. But this time was different. No matter how capable Yiyuan was, it was also impossible to deal with these thousands of true God realm martial artists. When the others heard White Light's words, each and every one of them heaved deep sighs, but they still did not speak. They did not know what to say at all. Right at this time, someone suddenly came to report that a powerhouse in a large black cloak came from outside, unable to see the face clearly. Everyone exchanged glances. Already at this time, who would still pay a visit to request an audience? Let him enter, Yiyuan said coolly. Before long, a powerhouse completely covered in a black cloak appeared in front of everyone. Yiyuan sized the other party up and said with a slight surprise, "It turns out that it's City Lord Yu. Why would you show up here? At this time, you should be avoiding our Heavenly Eagle like the plague." That person untied his cloak and revealed his figure, looking at Yiyuan rather surprisedly. His disguise was actually seen through by him with one glance. The arrival was none other than precisely 9 Pledge Imperial Capital City Lord, Yu Wenfeng. Yu Wenfeng's appearance caught everyone by surprise. Everyone looked over one after another, not knowing what medicine this guy was selling in his gourd. Yu Wenfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Little brother Yi really has terrific means. Looks like my guess was correct, you wouldn't resign yourself to death like this." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "City Lord Yu, you and I are at warring sides. Coming here, aren't you afraid that I detain you?" Who knew that Yu Wenfeng let out a slight sigh and said, "Little brother Yi, honestly speaking, this you came here to request for little brother Yi to show mercy. Under the Emperorian order, this Yu is the 9-pledge city lord and has no choice but to become enemies with little brother. There's really no choice. If there's a possibility, this Yu really isn't willing to be enemies with you." Yu Wenfeng's wording made the heavenly eagle's upper echelons that they're present very surprised. This guy's head was kicked by a donkey, right? Right now, both parties' strength disparity was so great. But he came to beg Yi Yuan to show mercy? Did he figure out the situation or not? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "City Lord Yu, are you mistaken? Several thousand true G.O.D. realm powerhouses are sufficient to crush Heavenly Eagle dozens of times over, even dregs won't be left. You're actually asking me to show mercy?" But Yu Wenfeng said with a solemn look, "Others don't know your ident. 1. Tai, but I know. Back then, when you were still at the Celestial Deity realm, you already became the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder. How can there not be an Empyrean powerhouse supporting behind you? With the myriad treasure towers rallying power, if they really want to have a showdown with Empyrean Lu Yen, it is also not impossible. Hence, I know that you absolutely won't sit passively and await doom." Yi Yuan looked at Yu Wenfeng with a smile that was not a smile and said, "What you're worried about is this? Then I can tell you that you don't need to worry about it. The myriad treasure towers Empyrean powerhouses won't help me." Yu Wenfeng was taken aback, clearly feeling very surprised. But after musing for a moment, he still said firmly, "Little brother Yi, I know that you're not an ordinary person and definitely have other means. All in all, I came here this time to tell you that my 9-pledge imperial capital will hold a perfunctory attitude toward the Empyrean order this time. I only hope that little brother Yi will show mercy when the time comes." Yi Yuan did not expect that when the whole world felt pessimistic about him, this Yu Wenfeng actually felt optimistic about him, and even took a huge risk to have him show mercy. This time, he viewed Yu Wenfeng in a different light. Yu Wenfeng's guess was correct. He, Yi Yuan, was never a person who would resign himself to death. Lu Yen came up with such a grand lineup, thinking that it could intimidate him, make him despair. But he was wrong. Yi Yuan slowly nodded and said indifferently, "All right, I got it, I'll spare your life." Yu Wenfeng's pupils constricted, and he immediately nodded his head and said to Yi Yuan with cupped fists, "Many thanks, little brother Yi. This Yu is currently at the teeth of the storm. It isn't advisable to stay for long, so I'll take my leave first. After this matter, this Yu will personally drop in to give thanks." Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly. Yu Wenfeng was secretly alarmed in his heart and immediately took his leave and left. After Yu Wenfeng left, the others used extremely odd gazes to look at Yi Yuan. White Light immediately jumped up and yelled, "Big brother, you hid from us so bitterly. Turns out that you've long had a countermeasure, why didn't you say so earlier?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You idiot, following Big Brother for so many years, don't you understand me yet?" White Light smacked his head and said gloomily, I was also stupefied this time. Such a grand display, it's still my first time encountering it. I say, Big Brother, just what method do you have? Could it be that you invited an Empyrean powerhouse over?" Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "Invite what Empyrean powerhouse? I don't have that ability. But we can create an Empyrean powerhouse ourselves." Chapter 2005. Facing an Army Alone. Chapter 2005. Facing an Army Alone. See, create an Empyrean powerhouse? White Light was first stunned, but he woke up to reality very soon, suddenly looking at Bai Tong. Among these people, if talking about who had the likelihood of becoming an Empyrean powerhouse, there was only Bai Tong. Bai Tong's eyebrows raised up, and he shook his head and said, "It's no use. The Cleansing Rain Dream Reverting Pill's high-level version is a rank 7 divine pill. You currently can't refine it at all." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The last time I refined the Cleansing Rain Dream Reverting Pill, I already researched this medicinal pill thoroughly long ago. Although I'm unable to let you recover to peak state right now, returning to Empyrean realm is still achievable." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces revealed looks of wild elation. Didn't this mean that in the future, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would have an Empyrean powerhouse to hold down the fort? Bai Tong also had a pleasant look of surprise as he said, "Is this true?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The Cleansing Rain Dream Reverting Pill is indeed a little obscure, but if one really has a thorough understanding of it, it's actually also just like that. Furthermore, some spirit medicines' medicinal properties don't require such obscure spirit medicines. Before going to Extreme Light Imperial City, I've already informed Myriad Treasure Tower to let them prepare rank 6 spirit medicines." As he said this, Yi Yuan took out a medicinal pill. Bai Tong's gaze could not help turning sharp, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan. This kid really aggravated people to death without paying for it. Also just like that? No matter how insignificant it was, that was also a level 9 medicinal pill. Other people followed it by the book, but you were good, directly creating the medicinal pill. Similarly an alchemist, but why was the disparity so great? Bai Tong had to admit that this kid really had a talent that ordinary people found it hard to imagine in terms of alchemy Dao. Yi Yuan's understanding of medicinal pills had always pointed straight at the source. The things that he saw were totally different from other alchemists. Pill formulas were never some imperial edicts in Yi Yuan's eyes. How's the medicinal effect? I heard that Empyrean Luyen is a second firmament Empyrean powerhouse. Bai Tong received the medicinal pill and asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, your strength won't be weaker than him. At that time, I'll give you the Qinghong battle armor, so you won't lose to him no matter what." Everyone's face was wild with joy. None of them thought that Yi Yuan had actually long prepared a contingency. But, Big Brother, 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital has 3 great Empyrean powerhouses. Although the other 2 are just first Firmament Empyreans, they still have that many true G.O.D. powerhouses. White Light suddenly frowned and said. The high-level combat power was settled, but the other party's force was too powerful. Once Bai Tong was tied down, 2 first Firmament Empyreans plus several thousand true G.O.D. realm powerhouses would attack. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City still could not block them. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "A bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. What's there to be worried about? Everyone set your mind back at ease and have a good rest." When everyone heard that, their eyes lit up. It seemed like Yi Yuan had ready plans to meet the situation long ago. Sure enough, one sentence from him and everyone really set their minds at ease. On this day, the gazes of the guards in the city suddenly turned sharp, discovering that there were countless little black dots in the horizon that were currently heading over here. Countless martial artists were akin to locusts' paws. Sing through, making people's scalps tingle. One of the guards said, This, so freaking spectacular. I have never seen before so many true G.O.D. realm powerhouses in this lifetime." When that guard saw this scene, he was frightened until his legs quivered. After all, such a scene was truly rare in the Heavenspan world. Such a large-scale true G.O.D. realm martial artist battle was simply appalling to hear. Using this kind of terrifying lineup to deal with a tiny little imperial city was even more unheard of. Another guard had an ashen face as he said, it's over. How to fight? This is not on the same level at all." Although everyone made up their minds to live and die together with Heavenly Eagle, seeing such a terrifying scene, each and every one of them still could not resist trembling. A guard commander swallowed his saliva and instructed his subordinates, as still in a daze for what? Hurry and go report to Lord Yiyuan. But that subordinate did not move, pointing at the horizon and muttering, and no need. Lord Yiyuan he already came out. Everyone looked over in the direction he was pointing at. It was only to see a young and handsome figure standing on top of city walls, standing with his hands behind his back, quietly looking into the distance. Is His Excellency by himself? Could it be that he's planning on dealing with these 100,000 people alone? Everyone was filled with fear. A guard commander plucked up his courage and asked, Lord Yiyuan, what are you doing? Yiyuan turned around and flashed him a smile, saying, all of you back down, leave it to me. Everyone's faces changed, this answer was too fantastical. Facing an army of 100,000 alone? Furthermore, the other party had 5,000 to 6,000 true God realm powerhouses. That guard commander said resolutely, Your Excellency, you mustn't be suicidal. Although we're weak, we'll fight to the end with you. Yiyuan smiled and said, all back down. Just a bunch of motley crew, so no need to be so nervous. When everyone heard, they were rendered speechless. Motley crew? Even if it was a motley crew, reaching true God realm, it was also not what they could withstand. Countless powerhouses arrived with a howl, giving people an extremely strong visual impact. Yiyuan's figure moved, going to welcome them. When the few people in front saw a young man coming head-on, they could not help having stunned faces. Stop! More than 100,000 martial artists gradually stopped, facing Yiyuan from a distance. The few people in front were shockingly Ninth Firmament true God mighty experts. A middle-aged martial artist stepped out of the ranks and looked at Yiyuan as he said with a cold smile, Brat, why is it just you alone? Where are the others? All scared until they don't dare to come out anymore? Hey, you're that Yiyuan punk, right? Do you regret it? Planning on coming out to meet your death now? However, it's useless, Lord Lu Yen already issued a death order. Not a single one of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's martial artists will be spared. Another Ninth Firmament true God stepped out of the ranks and said, Kid, you really ate a bear's heart or leopard's gall, to actually dare kill Miss Z. Now, it's useless even if you regret it too. The entire city has to be buried in death with you. Several Ninth Firmament true GODs looked at Yiyuan with amused expressions on their faces. A puny little Yiyuan was merely an ant-like existence in their eyes. Even if he killed Lu Zi, even if he was exceptionally talented, he was just a Third Firmament true God. No matter how heaven-defying he was, it was also not worth mentioning in front of a Ninth Firmament true God. Any one of them that stepped out could easily pinch Yiyuan to death. Yiyuan had a calm expression. He just looked at the few Ninth Firmament true GODs indifferently and slowly opened his mouth and said, You all are overlords of a region. Looking on the account that your many years of bitter cultivation wasn't easy, I'll give you guys a chance now. Quickly leave and I'll spare your lives. The voice was not loud but transmitted into everyone's ears clearly. Everyone had stunned faces, especially these Ninth Firmament true GODs in front of him. Was this kid frightened silly? What did he say just now? Spare our lives? Just based on him, a Third Firmament true God? Ha, kid, I didn't hear it wrongly, right? Your meaning is that you alone are going to annihilate all of us? Yiyuan slowly nodded and said, You got it right. Chapter 2006, 100 Miles Incense. Chapter 2006, 100 Miles Incense. Ha. After a moment of deathly silence, crazy laughter erupted from the army, shaking the surroundings. A Third Firmament true God said that he was going to exterminate an army of more than 100,000 by himself. This joke was really too hilarious. Kid, let's not talk about us, these ninth firmament true G.O.D. city lords. But even those eighth firmament true G.O.D.s can also pinch you to death with one hand. You actually boasted shamelessly, saying that you're going to exterminate all of us by yourself? A ninth firmament true G.O.D. city lord convulsed with laughter. Kid, we'll watch right here. Watch how you exterminate all of us. We're so scared. You look at me, my legs are scared until they are trembling. Ha ha ha. Another wave of loud laughter could be heard. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with an amused expression. It was as if looking at a fool. Before coming here, everyone thought that Yi Yuan was an exceptionally talented person. They did not expect that he was such a fool. This made the originally somewhat nervous atmosphere suddenly ease up. After all, this kid provided for them quite a bit of laughter on his deathbed. However, there was also someone who did not laugh. In the army, Yu Wenfeng's expression was very ugly. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually face the entire army alone by himself. Even though he also felt that Yi Yuan's words were very funny, his understanding of Yi Yuan was much deeper than the others. For a person to be able to say this kind of words, if he was not a genuine fool, then he really had something to rely on. Yu Wenfeng knew that when Yi Yuan wiped out the Death Soul Gate branch that time, he acted after planning it out, advancing gradually and entrenching himself at every step. In the end, not even a mosquito was let out. How could such a person possibly be a fool? That indicated that Yi Yuan really had a trump card. But he could not figure out, even after racking his brain, just what Yi Yuan's trump card was. Yi Yuan let out a slight sigh and said, "Looks like my persuasion doesn't have much use. I originally didn't want to commit unnecessary slaughter, but since you guys are seeking death yourselves, then it can't be blamed on me." A ninth firmament true G.O.D. used eyes like looking at a fool to look at Yi Yuan and said, "I really don't know what for Lord Lu Yen dispatched such a massive force. An idiot like you, randomly sending a few powerhouses over and you'd be eradicated. Kid, this city lord will be sending you to Hell right away to avoid you making a spectacle of yourself here." Done talking, that person's body released a horrifying power cruise. Hi+ing over toward Yi Yuan. But at this time, Yi Yuan's figure also became blurry. Bang! This move slammed right onto S.P.A.C. That powerhouse's pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, "Spatial S.H.I+FT. No wonder this kid is so arrogant, but is this your reliance? Everybody attack together. Trample Heavenly Eagle Imperial City." Rumble! The commotion was overwhelming. The 5 firmament army advanced toward Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, shaking heaven and earth. But right at this time, light rain suddenly drizzled down from the sky in a continuous stream. Why did it suddenly rain? This rain is so strange. Why is it green? Smells good. This rain actually has an alcohol aroma. The blue skies that originally spanned for 10,000 miles suddenly rained at this time. Furthermore, this rain was different from ordinary rain. It was actually glossy and green, and it was even accompanied by a slight alcohol aroma, making people intoxicated. This strange sight made everyone stop, all being extremely curious. Those few ninth firmament true G.O.D. powerhouses leading were also curious at first. But very soon they discovered something wrong. Hang on. There's something wrong with this rain. Everyone's faces suddenly changed, but it was already too late. Pooh work. A celestial deity realm martial artist suddenly spurted blood wildly, bleeding with 7 orifices, then plummeted down to the ground powerlessly. Ah! 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 Following that, one tragic scream after another came over. People were falling toward the ground one after another. The sky was still drizzling rain, and now it was also raining corpses. Miserable wails echoed together. This area under the sky instantly became purgatory. In the crowd, the moment Yu Wenfeng laid eyes on this green rain, his expression suddenly changed, his scalp tingling. A feeling of extreme danger instantly welled up in his heart. He virtually did not hesitate in the slightest, using the fastest speed to rush over toward Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. However, it was already too late. In this stretch of S.P.A.C., the green rain was everywhere, entering from every pore, nowhere to hide. His body was already contaminated by raindrop, but he did not give up, using all the strength in his body and speeding over toward Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. "Little brother Yi, save me!" Yu Wenfeng screamed madly. He already felt that his divine essence was starting to become stagnant. The terrifying poison was currently flowing everywhere in his body along with his blood. Even if he forcefully used divine essence to force it back, it did not have any effect at all as well. This situation frightened him until he was scared out of his wits. Suddenly, a light flashed. Yu Wenfeng felt himself being wrapped away by a spatial force. His heart eased up, suddenly feeling incomparably glad about his decision before. But the others were not so lucky. Those celestial deity realm martial artists could not endure more than a while, directly croaking one after another. Luckily, the range of this rain was not large. Many celestial deity realm powerhouses did not rush within the boundary of that green rain yet. When those people behind saw those struggling figures in front, each and every one of their eyes went wide. True God realm martial artists had thick divine essence. The time that they persisted was a little longer. But it was also just a little longer. First firmament and second firmament true God martial artists started kicking the bucket. Save me. I don't want to die. Lu Yen, you've doomed us. Lord Yi Yuan, we were wrong. I beg you, save me. In the air, miserable wails echoed together. Those late-stage true God powerhouses all had ghastly pale faces. Their strength was powerful, forcefully suppressing the poison. Except, that poison was akin to a desolate beast, wreaking havoc within their bodies, and actually had signs of losing control. A ninth firmament true God city lord said in agony, "Are really a mistake this time. Just what kind of existence is this Yi Yuan? What poison is this? It's actually so strong? I almost can't suppress it anymore. This Yi Yuan simply has abilities that even GODs and ghosts cannot fathom. When GODs fight, small imps like us suffer." These ninth firmament true God were all incomparably anguished. Right now, their intestines were green with regret. Only then did they understand what Yi Yuan's warning previously meant. He was really giving them a lease on life, but they did not believe it at all, and they took it as a joke. Only now did they know that turns out they were the joke. It was just that, who could have predicted such means? Yi Yuan actually hid the poison in the void, and made everyone get poisoned with this kind of indiscriminate method. His means were simply inconceivable. Feeling the poison in his body gradually dissipating, Yu Wenfeng had the joy of surviving a calamity. His complexion was deathly pale, using an extremely awe-stricken gaze to look at Yi Yuan. "And Master Yi, just what poison is this? Even ninth firmament true GODs can't withstand it either," Yu Wenfeng said with lingering fear in his heart. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Wenfeng and lightly spat 3 words out of his mouth. 100 miles. Incense. Chapter 2007. Rather provoke 3,000 powerful enemies than bully one poison master. Chapter 2007. Rather provoke 3,000 powerful enemies than bully one poison master. 100 miles incense. Yu Wenfeng could not help becoming absent-minded. Such a beautiful name, but it killed upon infliction. Was this the strength of the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder? One would rather provoke 3,000 powerful enemies than to bully one poison master. This sentence suddenly popped out in Yu Wenfeng's mind. This was a saying that was widely circulated in the Heavenspan world. But in reality, it had already been too long since anyone remembered this sentence. The meaning was very simple. People would rather provoke 3,000 powerful enemies than to go against a poison master. Clearly, the deterrent force of a poison master was extremely great. Poison Tao was merely a branch of alchemy Tao, and a powerful alchemy G.O.D. would rarely divide out his energy to go and research the poison path. Poison master was an occupation that made people fearful. Rarely would people dare to go and provoke them. Powerhouses who studied the poison path tend to be cruel and black-hearted people. They simply had no scruples when doing things. There was once a 7-star poison master who poisoned a great imperial capital into a dead city in his fury. Not a single person escaped. In Lu Yan's impression, Yi Yuan was just a peerless genius who could defeat and even kill Lu Zi. But he forgot that Yi Yuan was also an alchemy master who was formidable until it made people fearful. The alchemy Tao that Yi Yuan understood had long already pointed right at the source. His poison Tao attainments did not pale much in comparison to his alchemy Tao. It was just that Yi Yuan rarely used poison, so the world did not know. But today it shocked the world. 100 Miles incense was a type of strong poison that Yi Yuan manufactured. Even if a 9th firmament true G.O.D. got hit by it, it was also 9 chances to die and 1 chance to survive. But it was easier said than done to make a 9th firmament true G.O.D. be poisoned. As long as true G.O.D. realm mighty experts opened up their protective divine essence and world domain, they could easily SHI plus ELD the poison gas outside. Hence, Yi Yuan made use of spatial law and laid down a large-scale poison array in the void. Inside this poison array, extremely strong corrosive origin eroding water was even incorporated into it. As long as one entered this area of SPAC and Yi Yuan activated the array formation, the 100 Miles incense would be able to seep into the world domain of martial artists along with the origin eroding water, poisoning them from there. This was the grand array that Yi Yuan meticulously set up, specifically used to deal with these true God realm powerhouses. As for those celestial deity realms, they were merely bystanders who were implicated. The scope of the poison array that Yi Yuan set up was not large. The vast majority of celestial deity realm martial artists escaped by the skin of their teeth. It was just that the shock in their hearts currently could not use words to describe at all. Too scary. Several thousand true God realm powerhouses, 70% died in a blink of an eye. 70%. Just what kind of a terrifying opponent has Emperor Lu Yan provoked? Master Yi Yuan practiced medicine in order to help the people and has saved no idea how many people. But no one could have thought that he was actually also such a terrifying poison master. Looking at the true God powerhouses who were still struggling, everyone sucked in cold breaths, faces turning white. They would never forget such a scene for life. It was too shocking, and Master Yi was forced into it. He previously warned us. It's just that we didn't listen at all. Suddenly, someone said in the crowd. Death-like silence. They suddenly recalled that sigh of Yi Yuan's. It turned out that all the way until the final moment, Yi Yuan did not wish to make use of this poison array too. But he had no choice. Facing such a powerful enemy, if he did not use cruel means, he could not tide over this disaster at all. Very soon, 7th firmament true God powerhouses started toppling one by one. When Yu Wenfeng looked at this scene, his heart felt an icy chill. He had lived for 1,000,000 years and had yet to be so grateful to a decision he made before. 100 Miles incense is a kind of strong poison that I created after breaking through to rank 6. Even if it's a 9th firmament true God, as long as they smell the fragrance, even if they have exceedingly formidable abilities, it's also powerless to remedy the situation. I originally didn't want to do this kind of terrible thing, but these people are clearly willing to be that Lu Yan's lackey. I could only do this. I gave them the chance, but it was them who missed it themselves. Beside Yu Wenfeng's ear, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yu Wenfeng's emotions could not calm down for a long time. Only after a long time did he suck in a deep breath and said, Master Yi already showed mercy. If you were really cruel and merciless, these 100,000 over people, it's likely that no more than a few people can survive. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, I roughly calculated the dimensions when laying down the poison array in the void. Any smaller and there will likely be fishes that slip through the net. Yu Wenfeng listened until he palpitated with anxiety and fear. Yi Yuan's means were simply inconceivable. Laying down such a horrifying poison array in the void, probably only a freak like Yi Yuan could accomplish it, right? The shock of the martial artists in his city was not the least bit lesser than those celestial deity realm powerhouses outside. Their eyes were glued at the sky above, even forgetting to cheer. We1? In the crowd, no idea who suddenly said a sentence, immediately setting off a big hoo-ha. Lord Yi Yuan is really too incredible. I always thought that he was just an exceptional alchemy god. I didn't expect that his poison Dao attainments are not the slightest bit inferior to his alchemy Dao. So those late-stage true god realm powerhouses are gone just like that? They deserve to die. These people were all here to Ma's sacre the city. Even so, Lord Yi Yuan still gave them the chance. It was them who were seeking death. Ha ha! We really followed the right person. Our heavenly eagle imperial city might be able to develop into a peak heavenly Emperor Badamanda in the future. The city was rejoicing. Ever since Lu Yen issued the Empyrean order, they had always been in the midst of despair. All the way until today, Yi Yuan gave Lu Yen a resounding slap with ruthless means. This slap was sufficient to shock the world. In the city Lord Manor at 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital, Brother Lu, at this time, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, has probably already been leveled to the ground, right? Deng Yunzai was calculating the time, rather delighted in his heart. Lu Yen nodded his head and said, At this hour, it should be about there. Yi Yuan, this brat should already be in despair, right? Wait until they detain that punk and bring him to 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital. This Empyrean will let him know what's called life worse than death. Dai Chuanhao gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Over 100,000 martial artists bearing down on the borders, blotting out the sky. He's probably trembling now, right? Lu Yen sneered coldly and said, What this Empyrean wants is his despair. Otherwise, even grinding his bones to dust will still can't dispel the hatred in this Empyrean's heart. The three people were currently talking when a black-clothed armored soldier scrambled into the hall frantically. City Lord! City Lord! Things are bad. The black-clothed armored soldier had a FLU's tiered expression, rambling incoherently. Lu Yan's brows furrowed and he said with a cold smile, What's going on? Didn't I let you keep an eye on the intel there? Why are you panicking until like this? Could it be that the sky fell down? The black-clothed armored soldier said with a crying face, City Lord, 2 Lord Empyreans, the sky really fell down. Under the Empyrean order, the 187 imperial capitals that are subordinate to the 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital, 4321 true god realm powerhouses are all talking up to here. The black-clothed armored soldier could not continue anymore. Lu Yan's entire body trembled. A terrifying aura was released from his body, and he yelled furiously, All what? The black-clothed armored soldier swallowed his saliva and used a mosquito-like voice to say, Completely annihilated. Chapter 2008. Are you brain damaged? Chapter 2008. Are you brain damaged? Talking nonsense. These 2 words, Lu Yen practically squeezed them out of the crevices between his teeth. Deng and Dai, 2 people, Both of their eyes became wide saucers. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Their entire person was akin to being struck by lightning, turning stiff. This piece of news was seriously too astounding. Lu Yen pointed at that black-clothed armored soldier's nose and roared angrily, "In a tiny little imperial city, the strongest is merely fourth firmament true G.O.D. This Empyrean sent an army of 100,000, and just the ninth firmament true GODs are as many as more than a dozen. How can they possibly be completely wiped out? Did you not bring your brain when you come to report?" Lu Yan's roar was virtually going to bring down the roof. The black-clothed armored soldier was practically turning limp on the ground under Lu Yan's enormous pressure, unable to even speak. How could the might of an Empyrean be what a puny little soldier can withstand? At this time, Deng Yunzai was the first to come to his senses. He hurriedly pulled Lu Yen and said, "Brother Lu Yen, calm your anger, let him finish saying." Done talking, he turned to the black-clothed armored soldier again and said, "Quickly say what in the world had happened. How could the black-clothed armored soldier dare to dawdle?" He recounted the events of Yi Yuan poisoning several thousand true God powerhouses to death in detail. Lu Yen, 3 people listened until they stared dumbfoundedly with slack jaws. They never would have thought that what they waited for was actually such a result. This, how can this be? How could it be like this? Lu Yen took several steps back in a row, face full of disbelief. The black-clothed armored soldier naturally could not possibly be lying. It was just that he was not willing to believe it himself. This piece of news made people unable to believe it. He was not willing to believe it at all. This way, wouldn't he, this 5-firmament great imperial capital city lord, become a lone general without an army? This move of Yi Yuan's was really too ruthless. Right now, all of the imperial capitals under his command actually all become empty cities. Without a true G.O.D. realm powerhouse holding down the fort, how could an imperial capital still be worthy of being called an imperial capital? It directly dropped a level, becoming an imperial city. From great imperial capital directly to imperial capital, wouldn't he, this great imperial capital city lord, become a laughing stock of the world? Lu Yen was virtually breaking down. This blade of Yi Yuan's directly chopped the level of the cities under his jurisdiction in 2 at the waist. Deng Yunzai and Dai Chuanhao similarly had vacant faces. They exchanged a glance, both seeing incredulity from the other party's eyes. Void poison refining formation, this kind of means is simply inconceivable. Just what kind of freak is this kid? Deng Yunzai said in shock. Rather provoke 3,000 powerful enemies than to bully one poison master. Who could have thought that this kid also had such inconceivable attainments in the path of poison? Dai Chuanhao said with a bitter look. The rule of Empyreans had always been as strong as iron. Unless it was similarly an Empyrean, otherwise, no one could shake them at all. But this kind of understanding was clearly not too applicable when used on Yi Yuan. Suddenly, Lu Yan's aura turned cold, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Looks like he's forcing this Empyrean to personally make a move. This time, this Empyrean is going to flay his skin and pull out his tendons, refine his soul alive, make him never be able to reincarnate for all of eternity." At Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, there was rejoice among the people. Big brother, since I knew you until now, I really rarely saw you use poison. This battle is to the immense satisfaction of the Ma. SES. White Light said with an excited face. Master's methods are indeed inconceivable. We shouldn't have doubted you. Bai Chen also said with an excited look. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Us alchemists will not talk about bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind, but we also shouldn't commit too much slaughter. If not for that Lu Yen plus-ing people too far, I also wouldn't be willing to use this poison formation." As an alchemist, Yi Yuan had his own stance. But living 2 lifetimes, he was also not a foolish person. other people already killed to the doorstep, he naturally would not fold his arms and wait for death. Bai Tong had not exited seclusion yet, he could only use this sort of method to meet the enemy. Otherwise, the one who died would be him. These few years, Yuan Feng had been in a state of immense shock the whole time. Toward Yi Yuan's unfathomable means, he was long already wholeheartedly convinced. But at this time, his brows were tightly knitted and he said, "Master Yi, this you doesn't want to be a wet blanket. It's just that, this way, Emperor Lu Yen will likely personally take action. Emperor Lu Yen is a second firmament Emperor expert. Furthermore, Deng Wei and Dai Yang you killed, their two major families' ancestors are both Emperor powerhouses." Yi Yuan just smiled when he heard it and said, "Many thanks for Brother Yu's warning. But, it's just 3 Emperors, so not a big deal." Yuan Feng felt stifled when he heard that, nearly choking on a breath of air. Just 3 Emperors? Emperors were not a big deal? This kind of thing, it was really his first time hearing it. Emperors already stood at the apex of ordinary martial artists. Apart from those fleeting and ephemeral heavenly emperor powerhouses, no one dared to not take them seriously. Emperors, even if first firmament Emperor, no one dared to slight them too. But 3 Emperors were actually so beneath contempt coming out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Right at this time, a horrifying aura instantly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. "Yi Yuan punk, I give you 3 breaths of time. Hurry up and get out to die. If you're late for a second, this Emperor will directly turn Heavenly Eagle to dust." A thunderous furious roar sounded out in every corner of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. This horrifying pressure made some weaker martial artists directly spurt fresh blood wildly, collapsing to the ground. "Emperor! It's an Emperor powerhouse! My God, an Emperor powerhouse personally moved into action. What to do here?" The city was in a panic. This powerful pressure made them virtually about to suffocate. Yuan Feng's face changed, his face instinctively revealing a fearful expression. Yi Yuan said coolly, "This Lu Yen is really domineering, wanting to annihilate the whole city at a drop of the hat. I'll go and meet him." Done talking, his figure moved, directly disappearing from inside the City Lord Manor. The others also had visible changes in countenance, hurriedly going out of City Lord Manor, and looking over toward the sky. Above the void, 3 figures stood in the air. That horrifying pressure made the world tremble. Yi Yuan's figure emerged, facing the 3 people from far away. Lu Yan's pupils constricted, clearly somewhat surprised at Yi Yuan's spatial law. But very soon, his surprise was replaced by fury. "You're Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan's face was without fear as he said coolly, "That's right." Lu Yan's 2 eyes narrowed slightly and he said in a solemn voice, "Do you know your crime?" Yi Yuan's eyelids raised slightly and he said coolly, "Don't know." "You! Insolence! You killed my child Zi, poisoned my true Ji. Oh, army to death. The crimes you committed are too numerous to be recorded. You actually said that you don't know?" Lu Zi was triggered by Yi Yuan's attitude and could not refrain from saying in a great rage. Yi Yuan was still calm as he said, "Lu Zi killed my citizens indiscriminately, imprisoned my loved ones, and even wanted to send me to 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital to carry out an execution on the spot. Your meaning is that I have to stand here and let her kill? You sent an army of 100,000 to Ma. As Saker the city, saying that spare none. Your meaning is also to have me stand here and let them kill? Are you brain damaged?" Yi Yuan's voice spread throughout the entire city, making everyone shudder with fear. Lord Yi Yuan was indeed well deserving of being Lord Yi Yuan. These words were domineering. Chapter 2009. Is an Emperor very impressive? Chapter 2009. Is an Emperor very impressive? Lu Yen was angered until his expression was livid. Since he stepped in Emperor, no one had dared to speak to him this way. But the moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, it was calling him brain-damaged. Disobeying an Empyrean was a serious crime. His two eyes narrowed slightly and he said in a cold voice, "Insolence. This Empyrean's words are the words of an emperor. Ask you to die, you have to die. To dare disobey this Empyrean, even if you want to die today, you can't do it either." By the side, Deng Yunzai said in a cold voice, "Brother Lu Yen, talking nonsense with him for what? Directly take this brat down and grind his bones to dust and refine his soul alive. See if he still dares to be so arrogant." But when Yi Yuan heard that, his face revealed a mocking look. He said with a cold smile, "Grind my bones to dust? Refine my soul alive? Your esteemed self's methods are so ruthless." Deng Yunzai snorted coldly and said, "Why? No to be scared? It's useless. In front of us Empyreans, you're an ant. Moreover, it's 3 Empyreans standing in front of you. Those methods of yours are not worth mentioning at all in front of us. However, to be able to alarm the 3 of us to come forward personally, you can be sufficiently proud." In Deng Yunzai's view, for a puny little third firmament true G.O.D. to be able to startle the 3 of them mighty Empyreans to descend in person, this was something worthy of him to be proud of. How n.o.bly was the status of an Empyrean? They were normally utterly disdainful to take action against a puny little true G.O.D. realm. But today they made an exception and came. When the martial artists in the city saw Yi Yuan facing the Empyrean powerhouses squarely, each and every one of their souls were about to fly out. Those are Empyrean powerhouses. Lord Yi Yuan gained their rancor right away? Lord Yi Yuan would rather break than bend. If I were standing in front of an Empyrean, my legs would probably be soft. I'm really breaking out into a sweat for Lord Yi Yuan. Although I feel that Lord Yi Yuan has other trump cards, I really can't figure out what trump cards he still has to be able to deal with Empyrean powerhouses. To say that they were not worried, that was impossible. Although Yi Yuan created a miracle previously, exterminating several thousand true G.O.D. realm powerhouses by himself, these 3 people in front of him were Empyreans. Several thousand true G.O.D. realms sounded intimidating, but in front of an Empyrean powerhouse, they were like paper paste. Even if there was only one Deng Yunzai present, those several thousand true G.O.D. realm powerhouses would not be able to stir up any waves at all. This was the disparity between Empyrean realm and true G.O.D. realm. This kind of disparity could not be made up for using numbers at all. But Yi Yuan created miracles time and again, making heavenly eagles martial artists have a kind of incomprehensible confidence in him. This intense paradoxical sense made them worried about Yi Yuan's safety. At the same time, they also looked forward to what kind of heaven-shocking move he would come up with again. The moment he heard Deng Yunzai's words, Yi Yuan was amused. "Is an Empyrean very impressive? My methods are far from what you guys can surmise." Lu Yan's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, "Whether or not it's impressive, you'll know right away. Your so-called measures are utterly not worth mentioning in front of absolute strength." His patience was already completely whittled away by Yi Yuan. He thought that with him personally descending would make Yi Yuan scared, would make Yi Yuan shudder with terror, even kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. But none of that happened. Not only that, each word that Yi Yuan had said choked him half to death. On Lu Yan's body, the might of an Empyrean suddenly released, directly grabbing at Yi Yuan with a palm. Yi Yuan had a calm look, not having the intention of taking action at all. Lu Yan laughed coldly and said, "The big talk was pretty good, but aren't you still surrendering with folded arms?" But right at this time, a layer of ripples suddenly emerged in the space between him and Yi Yuan. An Empyrean pressure that did not belong to him suddenly erupted. A palm reached out from within the void, directly clasped Hi+ing together with him. Bang! Lu Yan's figure retreated explosively, looking at that youth in white opposite, shock all over his face. Second firmament. Empyrean. Lu Yen said in disbelief. Deng Yunzai and Dai Chuanhao's pupils constricted, being surprised by this youth in white who suddenly appeared. When did Heavenly Eagle Imperial City have such an additional super powerhouse? Lu Yan's brows were tightly knitted, his expression extremely grim as he looked at Bai Tong and said in a solemn voice, "This fellow Daoist, this Empyrean is the master of 5 firmament great imperial capital. Today, I came to clean up my household, please don't intervene in this matter." Bai Tong looked at Lu Yen and said with a look of amuse, "Ent, Yi Yuan is my good brother, but you're asking me not to intervene? You aren't brain damaged, right?" Lu Yan's face instantly turned black as the bottom of a wok. Why was this guy's mouth so sarcastic too? The words that came out were actually the exact same as Yi Yuan's too. But what was even more in his heart was shock. A second firmament Empyrean actually addressed Yi Yuan, this third firmament true God, as his brother? Lu Yen was currently in a state of disbelief when a series of exclamations suddenly came from inside the city. "I sent that Lord Bai Tong? It really is. Wasn't Lord Bai Tong fourth firmament true God? Why did he break through to become a second firmament Empyrean all of a sudden? This is also too fast, right? Ha ha ha. Lord Yi Yuan is Lord Yi Yuan. He indeed had a contingency plan. Lord Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao is unparalleled. It must be that he triggered with medicinal pills, that Lord Bai Rong broke through to Empyrean realm. Bai Tong had taken action several times, the martial artists in the city were all not foreign to him. With this appearance, he leaped from fourth firmament true God to second firmament Empyrean all of a sudden, making everyone exclaim with admiration. They did not know that Bai Tong was originally an Empyrean powerhouse. This kind of leaping-style breakthrough was simply incredible. How shocking were the eyes and ears of Empyrean powerhouses! The discussion of the martial artists in the city made Lu Yen three people's eyes almost pop out. A fourth firmament true God? This one front of them was that Heavenly Eagle's fourth firmament true God? Just how long had it been? He directly broke through to second firmament Empyrean from fourth firmament true God? There was a myriad of profanities running across in Lu Yen three people's minds. Don't be so demoralizing. Just what medicinal pill did you freaking refined? Lu Yen gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, you think that pulling out a second firmament Empyrean and it's fine? Don't you forget we have 3 Empyrean powerhouses." As he said to Deng and Dai two people, "I'll tie down this fellow, you guys go and deal with that punk. Take him down immediately. Don't play with him anymore." Deng and Dai two people nodded their heads in response. Lu Yen leaped class HI plus ing together with Bai Tong. Bai Tong's sleeves waved, a folded fan lightly pointed out. It was shockingly an Empyrean spirit treasure. It was only to see him step forward and actually ignore Yi Yuan who was behind him. A powerful aura hit from head-on, Lu Yan's face changed. He did not have an Empyrean spirit treasure. How could he have Empyrean spirit treasure? How could everyone have one? With this exchange of blows, he was immediately suppressed by Bai Tong. "Quickly attack, this guy isn't easy to deal with." Lu Yen roared loudly. When the martial artists in the city saw the situation, they could not help getting a big shock. Not good, Lord Yi Yuan was too careless. The other party has 3 Empyreans. Lord Yi Yuan, quickly run! The martial artists in the city all cried out in shock. Deng and Dai two people exchanged a glance, looked at Yi Yuan, and said with a cold smile, "Punk, resign yourself to fate. This time, I see who else will come and save you." Done talking, the two people stepped forward, and directly grabbed at Yi Yuan. But right at this time, there was another ripple in the void. 2 figures stepped out of the void. Chapter 2010. Repeated Surprises. Chapter 2010. Repeated Surprises. It's another two Empyrean powerhouses. My God, is this a magic trick? Sure enough, Lord Yi Yuan's methods are inconceivable. Looking at those two figures above the void, the martial artists in the city seethed with excitement. Their eyes were full of wars. Hi+P, already treating Yi Yuan as a Gro-like existence. Back then, when Lu Zi came to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, how insufferably arrogant was she. These Empyrean powerhouses were high and mighty, aloof from the world. But now, their faces were slapped resoundingly by Lord Yi Yuan. These martial artists, who were living at the bottom, were really satisfied to the max. Everyone knew that Empyrean powerhouses could not be opposed, but no one could have thought that Yi Yuan actually magicked out 3 Empyrean powerhouses like a magic trick. You send an army of 100,000, I annihilated all of your true God powerhouses. You had 3 great Empyreans come, I'll magic out 3 great Empyreans. No matter what means you have, in front of Lord Yi Yuan, you could only be crushed dejectedly. Is an Empyrean very impressive? This sentence was still ringing in his ears. It was not that Yi Yuan was arrogant, but that he really had the capital to look down on Lu Yen. These 2 great Empyreans that suddenly appeared, one had an old figure, but was in good health, the other reached middle-aged, seemingly in high and vigorous spirit. However, Deng Yunzai and Dai Chuanhao's current gazes were all gathered on that middle-aged person, full of disbelief. Duan Yi. 2 people cried out in surprise at the same time, gazes full of disbelief. This middle-aged person, they all recognized him. It was precisely 5 firmament great imperial capitals' myriad treasure towers Tower Lord, Duan Yi. They were too familiar with Duan Yi. He had already been stuck at peak 9th firmament true God realm for several 100,000 years. Barring no accidents, it was totally impossible to break through to the Empyrean realm. But the problem was, something impossible had occurred now. You actually broke through to the Empyrean realm? Deng Yunzai felt that this world was too crazy. Was the Empyrean realm so easy to break through to? Duan Yi smiled and said, a fluke. For this Duan to be able to break through, it was all thanks to Elder Ye's credit. If not for him refining a heaven-seizing good fortune pill for this Duan can forget about breaking through to the realm of Empyrean in this lifetime. The pupils of Deng and Dai 2 people constricted, crying out in surprise, heaven-seizing good fortune pill. How is this possible? Duan Yi just smiled and said, what does the heaven-seizing good fortune pill count for to Elder Yi? His methods, you all can't imagine it at all. Otherwise, how could he become our Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder? Head elder? These 2 people seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning, standing transfixed on the spot. They only thought that Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao strength was decent. How could they have imagined that Yi Yuan was actually the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder? Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders, they were all peak 6-star Alchemy GODS, and their strengths were exceedingly formidable. Yi Yuan, a mere 3rd firmament true God, actually overpowered a group of peak 6th firmament Alchemy GODS? They suddenly discovered that their understanding of Yi Yuan was far too little. In martial Dao, Yi Yuan slew Lu Zi, who comprehended the laws of 5 elements. In poison Dao, Yi Yuan refined a formation in the void, eradicating thousands of true God powerhouses. In alchemy Dao, Yi Yuan even refined the heaven-seizing good fortune pill, letting the Duan Yi, who could not break through to the Empyrean realm for several 100,000 years, to now successfully break through becoming an Empyrean. Living to a ripe old age, they had never seen before such a monstrous figure too. Far away, the Lu Yen in the middle of a great battle was similarly incomparably shocked in his heart. He never thought that the land he governed actually produced such an alchemy martial dual unrivaled prodigy. But, under this kind of circumstances, both parties already did not have room to salvage it. Stop talking nonsense with them. Those two people merely just broke through to Empyrean realm. Hurry up and take care of them. Don't you guys want to avenge Deng Wei's and Dai Yang's enmity? Lu Yen said with a cold shout. Dai Chuanhao's gaze turned to the other old man, his gaze cold as he said, Who is your esteemed self? Why are you intervening in my 5 firmaments affairs? It was only to see that old man said coolly. This old man was originally Extreme Light Imperial City's Profound Secrets Pavilion's Pavilion Lord, Jian Hongshao. Obtaining Yi Yuan's help, I returned to Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital now and Embark. Singly I am now a Stellar Hall's elder. What? You're Jian Hongshao? Weren't you a celestial deity realm martial artist? Why did you also break through to the Empyrean realm now? Deng and Dai, 2 people were practically about to break down. Information about this Jian Hongshao they naturally knew. After all, Extreme Light Imperial City was not considered far from 5 firmament Great Imperial Capital. This Yi Yuan really seemed to be performing a magic trick, turning a 4th firmament true God into a 2nd firmament true God in a short time, and similarly turning a celestial deity realm powerhouse into a 1st firmament Empyrean. Jian Hongshao smiled and said, This Empyrean got a backlash from heavenly Tao back then. My strength greatly diminished. That's why I would lay dormant in Extreme Light Imperial City. Now, obtaining Yi Yuan's medicinal pill, not only did my strength recover full, it even improved a step further, breaking through to the Empyrean realm. These 2 people were turning numb. What kind of place was Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital? That was the Jian family's territory. They could not give Jian Hongshao face, but could it be that they were not going to give face to Jian Sutao behind Jian Hongshao? Moreover, there was even a heavenly emperor profound secrets that the entire heaven-span world dreaded behind them. Deng Yunzai and Dai Chuanhao exchanged a glance. Suddenly, their gazes turned sharp. Gentlemen, Yi Yuan and our enmity cannot coexist under the same sky. Today, no matter what ident. 1. Tai you have, those who dare bar us from capturing Yi Yuan, we'll determine life and death. Deng Yunzai said ferociously. Asking them to stomach this grievance, they seriously could not do it. It was just that their threat did not have any effect at all. Duan Yi just said coolly, Yi Yuan is my alchemy celestial pavilion's head elder, so this Empyrean naturally has to ensure his safety. Want to fight, then fight. Jian Hongshao also had a calm face as he said, Yi Yuan and I are sworn friends for life. Want to kill him, step over this Empyrean's corpse. As he said, Duan Yi and Jian Hongshao, 2 people turned their palms over, each taking out a weapon. In Duan Yi's hand was a bone sword. In Jian Hongshao's hand was a war banner. Empyrean's spirit treasures. You guys just broke through to the Empyrean realm, not long, and you actually have Empyrean spirit treasures already? Deng Yunzai was practically going mad. These 2 Empyrean spirit treasures were naturally the Bone Sword and Stellar War Banner. These 2 Empyrean spirit treasures, when placed in Duan Yi's and Jian Hongshao's hands, the power was more than a magnitude stronger than in Yi Yuan's hands. Want to fight, then fight. What's with all these nonsense? Duan Yi laughed coldly. Thrusting a sword out, the wind and clouds changed colors. The moment Jian Hongshao's stellar war banner unfurled, horrifying stellar energy swept over towards Dai Chuanhao. 4 Empyrean powerhouses instantly clashed together. Although Duan Yi and Jian Hongshao, 2 people just entered Empyrean, what they consumed were vast spirit divine pills. Their realm had long already consolidated. There was no way they looked like they just entered the Empyrean realm. Coupled with the Empyrean spirit treasures in their hands, after both sides came into contact, they directly crushed Deng and Dai, 2 people, until they could not breathe. Over there, Lu Yen became more alarmed the more he fought, and wanted to vomit blood the more he fought. When Bai Tong made his move, he did not defend at all. Only after several exchanges did Lu Yen discover that Bai Tong was actually wearing an Empyrean spirit treasure on his body. Bai Tong was holding an offensive-type Empyrean spirit treasure in his hand, and he was wearing a defensive-type Empyrean spirit treasure on his body. However, the two people's cultivation realms were more or less the same. So how could Lu Yen fight against him? After a few exchanges, Lu Yen could only defend passively. How was there still strength to counterattack? Chapter 2011, Make a Trip with Me. Chapter 2011, Make a Trip with Me. Above the void, two figures clashed. Lu Yen retreated in defeat time and again under Bai Tong's folded fan, virtually without strength to retaliate. If he really fought recklessly, he could hurt Bai Tong too. But the problem was, Bai Tong was wearing the Qinghong battle armor on his body. The same damage, he suffered 100%. Bai Tong would only suffer 50% or even 30%. Continuing to fight like this, the one to cave first could only be him. Looking at the other two areas again, Deng Yunzai and Dai Chuanhao were similarly being suppressed by their opponents. Lu Yan's heart sank to rock bottom with a rush. The three of them came in a threatening and overbearing manner, fully thinking that they had cornered Yi Yuan. Who knew that they were actually being forced into a desperate strait by Yi Yuan now? Producing clouds with one turn of the hand and rain with another was talking about Yi Yuan this kind, right? Even though Yi Yuan was just a puny little true God realm, the appearance of these three great Empyreans in front of them all had direct connections with Yi Yuan. Furthermore, when did Empyrean powerhouses and Empyrean spirit treasures become so worthless? One tremendous force after another came over, Lu Yan's innards were in upheaval, virtually wanting to vomit blood. Poo work! Finally, Lu Yan could not refrain from spewing out a mouthful of blood. With consecutive clashes, he already sustained considerable internal injuries. No way. At this rate, I'll definitely suck. MB here. This guy's strength is above mine to begin with, and he also has the help of Empyrean spirit treasures. I don't have a chance at all. Lu Yen finally got a clear understanding of the situation. From exchanging blows until now, the combat power that Lu Yen exhibited far surpassed Lu Yan's imaginations. How was this a newbie who just entered Empyrean? This was clearly an old eccentric who had entered Empyrean for many years. Lu Yen already faintly guessed in his heart that Bai Tong was likely Empyrean realm in the first place. It was just that because of some reasons he would fall to true God realm. But this way, he clearly had even less of a chance. Lu Yen gritted his teeth and said, "Where's there's life there's hope. Retreat." Done talking, Lu Yan's divine essence surged, using even the strength to suckle for milk, finally forcing Bai Tong back a little. And he seized this opportunity to turn around and escape. Bai Tong just smiled coldly and said, "Want to go? How can it be that easy?" It was only to see his figure flash and actually directly block Lu Yan's path. Lu Yan's pupils constricted and he cried out in shock, "Spatial law." Bai Tong was not an ordinary Empyrean powerhouse. He also knew spatial law. An emotion called despair spread in Lu Yan's heart. He gritted his teeth and said to Bai Tong in a cold voice, "Must you force me to mutual destruction?" Bai Tong looked at him very calmly and said, "Mutual destruction? Just based on you?" He was originally a peak Empyrean super powerhouse. How much greater was his strength compared to Lu Yan? Although his realm was more or less the same as Lu Yan's at present, he still had Yi Yuan's Qinghong battle armor and his carefree jade fan, these two Empyrean spirit treasures. No matter what trump card Lu Yan had, he did not fear in the slightest too. Bai Tong waved his hand and attacked again without another word. Lu Yan felt his scalp tingle. Helpless, he could only meet the battle passively. However, although Yi Yuan's side was domineering, wanting to take the other party down within a short time also could not be done. Both parties' battle actually lasted for 3 days and nights. The current Lu Yan had a head of disheveled hair, his breathing being in disorder. How was there any demeanor of the lord of a city still? Rather, he was exactly like the beggars on the roadside. The other two people were also not much better than him, already forced into a desperate strait. Yi Yuan, I'm an Empyrean under Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether's command. You dare to kill me? You can create several Empyreans, but can you create a Heavenly Emperor? If you kill me, Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether definitely won't let you off. Lu Yen used the last of his strength to roar. The moment these words came out, the entire city was shocked. If they were still able to imagine Empyreans, Heavenly Emperor already exceeded their imaginations. Offending a Heavenly Emperor, the consequences were extremely terrifying. At the top of city walls, Yi Yuan stood in the air and said coolly, "Even if I let you off, could it be that you won't go find Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether to get reinforcements? At that time, what will I use to restrain you? Since that's the case, better to kill you. Brother Bai, don't need to hold back, feel free to kill." Bai Tong nodded slightly, the force in his hands becoming heavier. Both parties' conflict clearly could not be mediated already. Wouldn't threatening again now be a joke? The matters in the future, talk again in the future. Furthermore, Bai Tong had a score in his heart. Even if he really killed Lu Yen, Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether might not really get angry. After all, a future 7-star alchemy god compared to a mere second firmament Empyrean, which held greater weight, it was impossible for Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether to not be able to differentiate. Toward an existence like Yi Yuan, the significance of roping in was clearly greater than killing and being merry after. Bang! Bai Tong pointed a fan out. Lu Yan's world domain was akin to having suffered a heavy blow, figure directly flying out backward, fresh blood spurting wildly. The current Lu Yan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. During this time, Lu Yan naturally unleashed all of his killing moves. But Bai Tong had 2 Empyrean spirit treasures and did not fear the other party's killing moves at all. Bai Tong's 2 eyes narrowed slightly and said coolly, "About time to send you on your way." Lu Yan's pupils constricted, eyes revealing a look of unwillingness and despair. He never dreamed that he would actually die here. This place was just a tiny little imperial city. Bai Tong pointed a fan out again. A powerful white light headed straight for Lu Yen. But right at this time, a layer of ripple surfaced in spac. A figure stepped out of the void and just lightly waved a hand. The white light was instantly extinguished. Bai Tong's pupils constricted, looking at the arrival with apprehension. This was a gray-robed old man. The aura on his body, even the current Bai Tong also felt terrified. In the city, including Yi Yuan, their faces all changed. This gray-robed old man was very strong. When Lu Yen saw the old man, his face revealed a look of wild elation and he cried out in surprise, "Brother Tsang Yuan! Ha ha ha, you came right in the nick of time. Yi Yuan, this traitor actually dared to murder an Empyrean. His crime is unpardonable." Empyrean Tsang Yuan did not look at Lu Yen, but looked towards Bai Tong and said, "You esteemed self wants to kill my Extreme Nether Bodhidharma. That is treating Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether too lightly, right?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and his figure moved, stepping forward to welcome, saying coolly, "It was him who was overbearing. We merely retaliated. Why is it only he's allowed to kill and others aren't allowed to kill him?" Empyrean Tsang Yuan looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly and said, "You're that Yi Yuan who poisoned several thousand true god realms to death?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "So what if yes?" Empyrean Tsang Yuan nodded his head and said, "Then that's right, make a trip with me." Hearing this, everyone's faces changed. This Empyrean powerhouse who suddenly appeared was actually here for Yi Yuan. They did not expect that the matter of Yi Yuan poisoning several thousand true god realms to death actually spread to Extreme Nether Bodhidharma. This was troublesome. This Empyrean Tsang Yuan's strength was clearly stronger than Bai Tong. The realm of Empyrean realm, even if it was just the difference of one minor realm, it was also a gap that could not be made up for. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed slightly and he said, "If I don't go with you?" Empyrean Tsang Yuan smiled slightly. the Empyrean pressure on his body suddenly released. A power that was several times stronger than Lu Yen spread between heaven and earth. That's not up to you. Empyrean Song Yuan looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly. Chapter 2012. Yi Yuan's Connections. Chapter 2012. Yi Yuan's Connections, 4th Firmament Empyrean. This is 4th Firmament Empyrean. My God. What to do now? The realm of Empyrean realm, one realm is one world. In front of a 4th Firmament Empyrean, Lord Yi Yuan likely has no means to contend any more. There was a cry of exclamations in the city. They were all shocked by the strength that Empyrean Song Yuan exhibited. Empyrean realm, the disparity of each minor realm was incomparably huge. Among the powerhouses present, Bai Tong was the strongest. But even if he was carrying 2 Empyrean spirit treasures on him, it also could not make up for this Ma's Civ gap. Let alone that fact that 4th Firmament Empyrean was middle stage Empyrean realm, more than a level stronger than initial stage Empyrean realm. No one could have thought that such a huge change would actually occur. A heavenly Emperor Bodhimanda sent a messenger in person, and it was a middle stage Empyrean realm super powerhouse straight away. Such a person, even if Yi Yuan had exceedingly formidable abilities, he was also powerless to turn the tables anymore. Empyrean Song Yuan looked towards Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Are you walking by yourself? Or do you want this Empyrean to take action?" Being S.N. A.T.C. head from the jaws of death, Lu Yen could not resist bursting into laughter and said, "Brat, weren't you very arrogant? Didn't you want to kill this Empyrean? Now, this Empyrean will see what means you still have to be arrogant." Deng Yunzai and Dai Chuanhao also revealed looks of wild joy on their faces. This switch from great sorrow to overwhelming joy made them forget their Iden. 1. Ties as Empyreans for a moment, roaring with laughter without any scruples. "Yi Yuan punk, this Empyrean will definitely tear you into pieces." Deng Yunzai gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. As Empyrean powerhouses, they had never thought that they would be in despair at the hands of a true God realm. Rather, it was Empyrean Song Yuan who swept a glance over the 3 people rather surprisedly, not knowing why they had such great grievances. He had just hurried over. How could he have thought that these 3 great Empyreans were all created by Yi Yuan single-handedly? The ones who wanted to kill them were clearly those 3 great Empyrean powerhouses. Even if Yi Yuan poisoned thousands of true God realms to death, these 3 people also would not go so far as to hate Yi Yuan like this, right? Looking at their appearances, they did not have much hatred toward those 3 Empyrean powerhouses instead. This situation was very strange. While at this time, Jian Hongshao blocked in front of Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Fellow Taoist Song Yuan, I'm Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital's Stellar Hall's elder, Jian Hongshao. Yi Yuan is my Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital's close friend. Are you sure you want to make things difficult for my Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital?" Duan Yi also spoke up. "Yi Yuan is my Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder, conversing as peers with Empyrean Flutterfeather. Are you sure you want to bring him away like this?" Song Yuan's expression finally changed. Clearly, these 2 great deities made his countenance have a visible change. Apart from Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether, no one dared to provoke these 2 great deities in the entire Extreme Nether Bodhidharma. A measly little true God realm martial artist actually had such a profound background? Song Yuan's shock was by no means insignificant. He thought about it and shook his head and said, "This Empyrean is on head elder's orders to bring Yi Yuan back to Extreme Nether Bodhidharma. Maybe it isn't a bad thing. If the Bodhidharma thinks highly of him, he will naturally have a meteoric rise in the future, with his future prospects being limitless." When Lu Yen 3 people heard that, their faces could not help changing. This was not the outcome that they wanted to see. But very soon, Lu Yan's expression calmed down. As long as he entered the extreme nether Bodhidharma, there would naturally be ways to deal with him in the future. Yi Yuan looked at extreme nether Bodhidharma Song Yuan and said coolly, "Then help me thank head elder for his good intentions. But this Yi doesn't have plans to go to extreme nether Bodhidharma." Emperor Song Yuan's brows furrowed when he heard that. This punk was impervious to everything. It was only to see him snort coldly and said, "Little brat, truly refusing face when it's given. A mere true G.O.D. Do you really take yourself to be somebody? Even if the two of their ident. 1. Ties are extraordinary, do you feel that with their strength it can awe this Empyrean? Forget it. Since that's the case, this Empyrean can't be bothered to waste his breath either. I'll directly bring you away." Finished talking, Emperor Song Yuan released his aura and strode over on the air. With each step that he took, Song Yuan's imposing momentum grew a notch stronger. Poo work! Poo work! Finally, Jian Hongshao and Duan Yi could not endure it, spewing out a mouthful of blood. The disparity was too great. "Move aside." Song Yuan flicked his sleeves grandly. Jian Hongxiao's and Duan Yi's figures were actually unable to hold steady and were directly sent flying by a tremendous force. Without these two people blocking in front, Yi Yuan immediately felt a terrifying pressure come from straight ahead. The pressure of a fourth firmament Empyrean was too fearsome, Cruce. Plussing him until his bones were creaking. Song Yuan looked straight at Yi Yuan and said calmly, "Brat, you're too insolent. You think that there's a few Empyrean backing you up, you can disregard this Empyrean? This Empyrean tells you, the might of an Empyrean can't be defied. Now come with me." Finished talking, Song Yuan directly reached his hand out and grabbed toward Yi Yuan. The world domain that surged forward like a torrential tide crushed Yi Yuan until he did not have the slightest strength to retaliate at all. However, Song Yuan suddenly discovered that a hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, his gaze full of amuse. Ent. Suddenly, Song Yuan's face changed, his figure retreating explosively. Two figures stepped out of the void, one elderly and one young. The old man looked at Song Yuan and said coolly, "This old man is S.H.I. plus Yuan Chao Yuan. Brother Song Yuan, please give face and lift your hand high up in mercy." Emperor Song Yuan's face changed and he cried out in surprise, "You're S.H.I. plus Yuan Great Imperial Capital's City Lord, Emperor Chao Yuan?" The old man slowly nodded his head and said, "That's right. It's precisely this old man." Song Yuan frowned and said, "Brother Chao Yuan is under Heavenly Emperor Cloudbright's command. Your hand is extending too far, right?" Emperor Chao Yuan said coolly, "Little friend Yi Yuan is my S.H.I. plus Yuan's friend." Hearing that someone wants to be detrimental toward him, this old man specially came forth, wanting to be a mediator. Although the words were said courteously, the meaning of siding with him was already very clear. Emperor Chao Yuan still had a young man beside him. Who was it if not Song Yu? The matter of Yi Yuan Ma's sacring several thousand true G.O.D. realms truly blew up too big. After Song Yu heard about it, he immediately asked Emperor Chao Yuan, hoping that he would come over and help Yi Yuan. Emperor Chao Yuan did not turn it down either, directly coming over. After Song Yu returned, he already told Emperor Chao Yuan all about the events in the ancient God battlefield. Emperor Chao Yuan was also extremely shocked after listening to it. Disregarding that Yi Yuan gave him a lucky chance, just based on that Yi Yuan was a super alchemy Dao genius. This ident. 1. Tai was also worth it for him to be friends with. Emperor Song Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Brother Chao Yuan's face isn't big enough yet. Don't you forget, this place is Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether's territory." "Is that so? Then what if you add us in?" Emperor Song Yuan's voice had yet to fade when several more figures stepped out of the void. It was another three great Empyrean powerhouses. Including Emperor Chao Yuan, the auras emitting off of these few people actually did not lose to Emperor Song Yuan. This one is Redleaf 5 Peaks. This one is Fufeng Sky Howl. This one is Blue Mist Red Candle. 3 great Emperor cupped their fists at Song Yuan, each introducing themselves. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No one would have thought that so many Empyrean powerhouses would actually have shown up in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City today. Furthermore, each and every one of these Empyrean powerhouses was a super powerhouse whose name shook a region. Song Yuan looked at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost, incredibly shocked in his heart. Just what kind of D was this kid, to actually be able to trouble so many overlords of a region to come and protect him from hundreds of millions of miles away? Chapter 2013. What a grand spectacle! Chapter 2013. What a grand spectacle! Emperor Chao Yuan, Emperor 5 Peaks, Emperor Sky Howl, and Emperor Blue Mist. These 4 people were all 4th firmament Empyrean super powerhouses. Furthermore, the 4 of them belonged under different heavenly emperors. This lineup was simply outrageous to hear. Counting in the extreme luck great imperial capital behind Jian Hongshao and the Tru's gold great imperial capital behind Duan Yi, there were 6 major forces fervently supporting Yi Yuan. A 3rd firmament true Brat actually had such a fearsome influence. Inside Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, it was long already boiling with excitement. This show today was truly exciting beyond words, reversing continuously. Yi Yuan's trump cards were dealt out one after another, making people see a blur, more than they could keep up with. Especially these 4 great Empyreans. This display, the hearts of the martial artists in the city raced madly. These many middle-stage Empyrean realm superpowerhouses, they had never even seen before in their lives. Lord Yi Yuan is simply incredible. So many Empyrean powerhouses are all standing up for him. My God, in all my years, I've never seen before such a grand spectacle. Even if I die today, I'd also be willing. We really followed the right person. Today, even if the Jade Emperor came, he can forget about bringing away His Excellency too. The current Heavenly Eagle martial artists were all incomparably proud. They felt proud for being a Heavenly Eagle's martial artist, because they followed a miracle-like Lord. Brother Song Yuan, you're a Leviathan of a region. Why is there a need to make things difficult for a puny little imperial city? Can you sell 5 Peaks face and drop this matter? Emperor 5 Peaks said coolly. Brother Song Yuan, little friend Yi is a remarkable talent. Even if you guys are inviting, you also can't use this way of inviting. Emperor Blue Mist also said. Emperor Song Yuan's expression became incomparably ugly. Currently, he had ridden a tiger and found it somewhat hard to get off. The lineup in front of him was too great until he could not quite withstand it anymore. The Lu Yen 3 people behind him were long already staring dumbfoundedly with their mouths gaping. The 3 of them were thoroughly struck dumb with amazement by Yi Yuan's methods and connections. A measly little 3rd firmament true could actually move 6 Leviathans of a region to protect and escort him. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Emperor Song Yuan gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, "Fellow Taoists, acting like this is also looking down on my extreme nether Bodhidharma too much. What if I insist on bringing this kid away today?" In his own territory, Emperor Song Yuan did not want to lose face. Even if he braved all obstacles, he also had to bring Yi Yuan away. At this time, Emperor Chao Yuan slowly turned around, looked toward Yi Yuan, and said smilingly, "Little friend Yi Yuan, it's merely a city. Why not go to my plus Yuan? This Empyrean will promise you an imperial capital. How about that? At that time, even if you do as you please in the imperial capital, body will bother with you either." Emperor 5 Peaks chuckled and said, Brother Chao Yuan, you really know how to be a good guy. Little friend Yi Yuan, come to my red leaf. This Empyrean will promise you 10 imperial capitals. The other two people were naturally unwilling to show weakness and also promised great wealth to Yi Yuan. Song Yu and several good friends naturally also urged by the side, all hoping for Yi Yuan to go to their territories. On one side, Empyrean Song Yuan's face was purple. If Yi Yuan went to other great imperial capitals, then could he still interfere with him? Weren't you extreme Nether Bodhidharma? He isn't in your extreme Nether Bodhidharma now. Can you still interfere with him? Furthermore, these few people's words were clearly said for Song Yuan to hear, choking him badly. Finished talking, the few Empyrean powerhouses all looked toward Yi Yuan with looks of antic. 1p Asian, hoping for him to pick their side. Already ended up in this state, Yi Yuan had no reason to continue staying. Clearly, leaving was the best choice. With Yi Yuan's talent and means, with how vast the world was, he could go anywhere. Yi Yuan cupped his fists towards the few Empyreans and said smilingly, Senior's adulation, this Yi appreciates it. It's just that this Yi has lived for many years in Heavenly Eagle and already can't bear to part with this place. The moment these words came out, everyone revealed looks of surprise. Especially the few great Empyrean. They did not expect that Yi Yuan actually refused so straightforwardly. Empyrean Chao Yuan said in surprise, Little friend Yi, you have to think clearly. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Thank you, seniors, for coming to aid me from afar. It's just that this Ye's mind is made up, hope that seniors don't take offense. Song Yuan sneered when he heard that and said, You see, he doesn't appreciate the kindness at all. Exalted Empyrean powerhouses actually got snubbed despite their good intentions, truly laughable. Empyrean Chao Yuan frowned slightly and said coolly, Little friend Yi Yuan, he naturally has the capital to reject. There's no need to sow discord. Song Yuan's pupils constricted, not expecting that these few were actually so protective of Yi Yuan. He snorted coldly and said, You guys can get in the way for a moment. But could it be that you can still block for a lifetime? Could it be that the few of you can still garrison at Heavenly Eagle every day? Empyrean Song Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a storm occurred again. Another two figures slowly stepped out of the void. Song Yuan's pupils constricted, staring at those two figures in disbelief. Another two Empyreans. My God, how many Empyrean powerhouses are coming today before it's considered done? Hang on. Why do I feel that these two Empyreans' auras are unfathomable, even stronger than Empyrean Song Yuan they all? It really is. Could it be that these two great Empyreans are even stronger than them? Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was already thoroughly ignited. Today's spectacle, they felt that they could go out and boast for a lifetime already. Such a grand spectacle was rarely seen in all of their lifetimes. One Empyrean powerhouse appearing after another, each stronger than the last. Furthermore, these two Empyreans looked like they were here for Yi Yuan too. Just as everyone was in a state of disbelief, Jian Hongxiao and Duan Yi, two people, each stepped forward and bowed in salute. I pay respects to Lord Sutao. I pay respects to Lord Flutterfeather. The arrivals were none other than precisely Jian Sutao and Empyrean Flutterfeather. The expression on Song Yuan's face changed again and again. He was virtually about to suffocate. Extreme luck, great imperial capital city Lord NL. U.S. True's gold great imperial capital city Lord actually came together. Empyrean Flutterfeather's status was extremely high among Empyreans. One had to know, he was an extremely seldom seen 7-star alchemy God, a grand completion Tao realm super powerhouse, which Empyrean dared to not give him face. Even heavenly emperor powerhouses also had to give him some face. As for Jian Sutao, that went even more without saying. His ident. 1. Tai was much more exalted than Jian Hongxiao's. As the lord of a city, what Jian Sutao represented was the Jian family's face. Furthermore, these two people were both 7th Firmament Empyrean super powerhouses. The two great Empyreans were both major figures who inspired awe all around. Empyrean Song Yuan was not worth mentioning at all in front of them. Seeing this lineup, even Chao Yuan and the few Empyreans also went forward to bow and salute, expressing respect. Regarding these two people's appearance, Yi Yuan was also greatly surprised. But thinking about it, it was naturally impossible that they came to make things difficult for him. Hence, he stepped forward and said with a bow, "Yi Yuan pays respect to Senior Sutao, Senior Flutterfeather." Jian Sutao nodded slightly and said, "You brat, you really can cause trouble. This Empyrean even heard about your valiant record far in extreme luck." When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help chuckling and paid no attention to it. Rather, it was Empyrean Flutterfeather who suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Yi Yuan, this Empyrean came to find you because I have something to ask of you." Chapter 2014, Cloud Pill Summit. Chapter 2014, Cloud Pill Summit. The moment these words came out, everyone was extremely surprised. What business did the exalted Empyrean Flutterfeather, a late-stage Empyrean great expert and a peak 7-star alchemy God, have to request a measly little true God realm? Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Senior Flutterfeather, please say it." Empyrean Flutterfeather opened his mouth and said, 3 years later, the southern border's 7 great peak Empyrean level alchemy holy lands will jointly organize an alchemy summit. At that time, there will be countless alchemy geniuses that gather in Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. I wonder if you're interested? Yi Yuan still had not expressed anything yet, but then Song Yuan said in surprise, "Cloud Pill Summit? You're here to invite Yi Yuan to take part in the Cloud Pill Summit?" The Heavenspan world was centered around the Heavenspan Mountain, dividing into east, south, west, north, and central 5 borders. The place where Heavenly Eagle was at was the southern border. The southern border's territory was extremely vast, but those able to proclaim to be top alchemy holy lands were not many. The southern border had a total of 7 alchemy great imperial capitals that had long enjoyed a good reputation and were known as peak alchemy holy land. And among them, it was Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital's reputation that was at the height of power and splendor. The Alchemy Summit initiated by Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital happened once every 5,000 years. It was a cardinal matter of the southern border's alchemy world. Its name was the Cloud Pill Summit. Alchemists able to take part in the Cloud Pill Summit were all alchemy geniuses. What shocked Song Yuan was, what kind of ident 1. Tai did Empyrean Flutterfeather have? To actually personally come to invite Yi Yuan to partake 1p8 in the Cloud Pill Summit? One had to know L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital was one of the 7 great peak alchemy holy lands. As an alchemy holy lands master, how venerated was Empyrean Flutterfeather's status. But now, he actually personally ran to Heavenly Eagle in order to invite a puny little true God realm. How could this not surprise him? Who knew that Empyrean Flutterfeather shook his head slightly and said, "It's going to partake 1p8 in the Cloud Pill Summit, but it's not like what you think. With Yi Yuan's strength, him going to take part in the Cloud Pill Summit, that would be bullying people." Song Yuan's gaze turned intent and he muttered, "Be bullying people?" He was somewhat unable to understand why a mere 3rd firmament true G.O.D. would be bullying people. In the Cloud Pill Summit, alchemy geniuses of this level should have a lot. Yi Yuan poisoning several thousand true G.O.D. powerhouses to death this time was seriously too glaring. Hence, in Song Yuan's impression, Yi Yuan was merely a very impressive poison master. Yi Yuan's gaze twinkled, clearly somewhat stirred, and asked, "Is this Cloud Pill Summit very impressive?" The moment this question came out, the whole place was silent. Everyone used disbelieving gazes to look at Yi Yuan. "Little friend Yi Yuan, you actually don't even know about the Cloud Pill Summit?" Empyrean Chaoyuan said in surprise. Is the Cloud Pill Summit very famous? Yi Yuan said with a puzzled look. Yi Yuan really did not know about this Cloud Pill Summit. Dustless never told him before as well. He also asked Dustless just now. Clearly, he did not know either. It seemed like this Cloud Pill Summit should only have appeared after Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove died. Empyrean Songyuan said with a cold smile, never even heard of the Cloud Pill Summit, but you also dare to call yourself an alchemist? Even Lu Yen. Three people also had doubtful looks. They had some doubts now that these three great Empyreans' appearance was not Yi Yuan's work at all. Yi Yuan said with a look of amuse. Ent, does knowing about the Cloud Pill Summit count as being an alchemist? Empyrean Chaoyuan and the rest all thought that Yi Yuan had an extremely profound background. Hence, that was why he could possess such terrifying strength at this age. But now they were somewhat uncertain. In this land of the southern border, as long as one had some background, they should know about the Cloud Pill Summit. Let alone that Yi Yuan was even such a formidable alchemist. If Yi Yuan was really just a genius who grew up at the bottom, then, how monstrous was this guy? Empyrean Chaoyuan said, little Yi Yuan isn't aware, but this Cloud Pill Summit has a resounding reputation in our land of southern border. It's the alchemy summit that all alchemists look forward to. As long as one is an alchemist, they will take pride in going to the Cloud Pill Summit once. There are even some Heavenly Emperor Badamanda's alchemy geniuses that will also come forth and take part. Empyrean Chaoyuan briefly recounted the origin of the Cloud Pill Summit. Yi Yuan was also greatly interested after he heard. Gathering the entire southern border's alchemy geniuses, that was naturally an extremely grand meet. Especially that there were also quite a few Dao realm alchemists like Empyrean Flutterfeather. Exchanging with alchemists like this was naturally what Yi Yuan wished in his heart. Ancestor realm was vague and ephemeral. Yi Yuan understood that constantly coping himself up in the room to work without reference was also not a good idea. If he had a few more exchanges with people like Empyrean Flutterfeather, he might be able to break through the shackles. So that's how it is, then I naturally have to go and experience it. Yi Yuan nodded and said. Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled and said, this Empyrean knew that you would be interested. But if you go to the Cloud Pill Summit, you naturally don't have to fight with those so-called geniuses. Us 7 great alchemy holy lands each have 2 Grandmaster tokens. One is naturally this Empyrean's. As for the other piece, this Empyrean thought it through, it's still you who's most apartment. As he said, Empyrean Flutterfeather waved a hand. A pale yellow light flew towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and took it. An archaic copper-colored token appeared in his hand. The whole audience was petrified. The group of Empyrean powerhouses was shocked to the extreme in their hearts. Grandmaster token. That was a Grandmaster token. The Cloud Pill Summit's Grandmaster token, that represented the strongest alchemy Dao existences under Heavenly Emperor. How venerate was the status. Now, Empyrean Flutterfeather actually handed it to Yi Yuan so casually. What capability did this kid have? Even Empyrean Chaoyuan, the few of them, were also shocked speechless at this time. The few of them had heard of Yi Yuan's monstrousness from the mouths of Song Yu and the rest. But that was hearsay after all. They came here primarily because of Song Yu and the others' Emperor's surmounting aura. As for the others, they were still half dubious in the end. But now, 1 Grandmaster token was already sufficient to explain everything. With Empyrean Flutterfeather's ident. 1. Tai and status, how could he possibly hand such a valuable token to Yi Yuan for no reason? The shock in Empyrean Song Yuan's heart was unable to use words to describe at all. Empyrean Flutterfeather gave Yi Yuan a Grandmaster token. What did this represent? This represented that Empyrean Flutterfeather acknowledged that Yi Yuan's status could already be on an equal footing with him. This was too terrifying. How venerated was Empyrean Flutterfeather's status? Even in front of Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether, Empyrean Flutterfeather could also speak on equal footing. Even though Empyrean Flutterfeather was just an Empyrean powerhouse, his position in the southern border's alchemy world was irreplaceable. Legends said that Empyrean Flutterfeather even had a likelihood of stepping into Ancestor Realm. Then his status would go up a level. So what if Heavenly Emperor? Heavenly Emperors needed medicinal pills too. He did not need rank 7 divine pills, but did his subordinates not require them? Without medicinal pills, what would they use to win over Empyrean powerhouses? Hence, Empyrean Flutterfeather's status was extremely high in the southern border and did not even lose to Heavenly Emperors. But such a great deity was actually conversing as peers with Yi Yuan. This was too subverting. How could a third firmament true G.O.D. possibly have such powerful capabilities? The crux was that he actually did not even know about the Cloud Pill Summit. Just what kind of freak did Heavenly Eagle Imperial City produce? Chapter 2015, Overbearing Empyrean. Chapter 2015, Overbearing Empyrean. Although I don't know what that Grandmaster token is, Lord Yi Yuan seems to be very incredible. More than incredible. That is Empyrean Flutterfeather. Empyrean Flutterfeather is actually conversing as an equal with our Lord. I feel that before long Heavenly Eagle Imperial City will be able to become the southern border's 8th Great Peak Alchemy Holy Land. Inside the present Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, there were quite a number of 4-star and 5-star alchemy gods. They naturally would not be foreign to Empyrean Flutterfeather. When Empyrean Flutterfeather appeared, each and every one of them was incredibly shocked. But later on, something that surprised them even more happened. Empyrean Flutterfeather was actually conversing with Yi Yuan as an equal. What kind of honor was this? One had to know, even for ordinary Empyrean powerhouses, Empyrean Flutterfeather was also not someone they could simply meet and talk with. Today's Heavenly Eagle Imperial City thoroughly exploded. This kind of sense of honor was considered to have been completely rooted in their blood. Yi Yuan sized the Grandmaster token up, but spread his 2 hands out and said, "Senior Flutterfeather, I really want to go, but you take a look. With this current situation, I can't go no matter what." Everyone's gaze collectively focused on Song Yang. His expression instantly became very ugly. At this time, Jian Sutao, who had been silent all along, suddenly waved his hand at Song Yuan and said, "It's none of your business here anymore. You can go back." Song Yuan's expression changed and he said, "Empyrean Sutao, although your status is venerated, don't forget that this place is Lord Extreme Nether's territory. You're bullying people too far being like this." As a middle-stage Empyrean realm powerhouse, Song Yuan had always been high and mighty. But today, he felt an unprecedented humiliation. In the sky above a puny little imperial city. This place was clearly Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether's territory, but he was actually being commanded as others pleased. It was just that Jian Sutao was not so easygoing. He snorted coldly and suddenly flicked his sleeves grandly. A tremendous force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas crushed over toward Song Yuan. Song Yuan's face changed, immediately mustering up a move to meet the enemy. But upon contact with this tremendous force, Song Yuan's world domain and martial technique instantly fell apart. Bang! Song Yuan's figure flew out backward. His chest was already stained full of fresh blood. Who the hell do you think you are? To dare speak to this Empyrean this way? Forget about you, even Brother Extreme Nether will also have to give this Empyrean some face. If not for being in Brother Extreme Nether's territory, do you think that you can still stand here alive? Jian Sutao said with a cold snort. Lu Yen, Deng Yunzai, and Dai Chuanhao, these 3 people, did not even dare to breathe loudly at this time. Late-stage Empyrean realm was seriously too strong. Even Song Yuan could not block a casual strike of Jian Sutao's 2. If they went forward, he would blow them to death with one puff. Song Yuan had a deathly white face, clearly already sustained heavy injuries. Jian Sutao said coolly, concerning Brother Extreme Nether, this Empyrean and Flutterfeather have already gone over. This heavenly eagle imperial city will be Yi Yuan's territory in the future. If someone comes here and the person acts wildly, that means the person is becoming enemies with this Empyrean. They will have to weigh themselves over. Now you guys can get lost. The faces of Song Yuan and the rest changed, not expecting that Jian Sutao and Empyrean Flutterfeather actually went to find Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether for a measly little Yi Yuan. Was this kid really that incredible? At this very moment, continuing to stay would also be asking for trouble. Song Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." Finished talking, the void rippled. Song Yuan's figure disappeared. How could Lu Yen 3 people still dare to remain there? They immediately escaped into the void, running away. The moment these few people left, thunderous cheers erupted in the city. Today's fight was fought too satisfyingly. Those proud sovereigns of great imperial capitals and Bodhidharmas also could not do anything to them. Furthermore, after today, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would be an independent kingdom in reality as well as in name. With a ruler that loved his people like Yi Yuan, how could they not cheer? Seeing the performance of the martial artists in the city, even Jian Sutao and Empyrean Flutterfeather, these super powerhouses, were also all incomparably shocked. They did not think that Yi Yuan's prestige in this imperial city was actually so high. The cheers of those martial artists that came from the bottom of their hearts could not be fake. They genuinely supported Yi Yuan and were not being perfunctory. This kind of situation was virtually very hard to see in other cities. Yi Yuan cupped his fists to the group of Empyreans and said, "Seniors coming to help from a long way away, this Yi is endlessly grateful. In the future, if there's any issue where you have a need for this Yi, feel free to speak up. This Yi absolutely won't refuse." Empyrean Chao Yuan chuckled and said, "Little friend Yi Yuan is too courteous. This Empyrean heard Song you mention that you defended them to the death inside the ancient G.O.D. battlefield. Otherwise, they would have long perished, their Tao dissipating. More importantly, that kid actually broke through to the Emperor's surmounting aura. Just based on this Empyrean will also have to make this trip. Isn't that so? Guojingyang, this brat, I thought that it would already be pretty good if he could rise to peak Imperial aura. Who knew that this kid directly broke through to the Emperor's surmounting aura, ha ha." Empyrean Five Peaks laughed loudly and said. Although the few Empyreans said it like that, they were already long overjoyed in their hearts. Being able to build good relations with such a monstrous alchemy master by coming out this time, it was also considered worth it. Although they were all Empyrean powerhouses, they were the same as Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, they also needed rank 6 divine pills. More importantly, with Yi Yuan's terrifying talent and him conversing as equals with Empyrean Flutterfeather, how horrifying was his alchemy strength. In the future, as long as he broke through to the Empyrean realm, wouldn't he be a proper 7-star alchemy God? Such an existence, being able to build good relations was naturally all that they could wish for. Otherwise, how could those Heavenly Emperor powerhouses give Empyrean Flutterfeather face? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Seniors are too polite. At the ancient G.O.D. battlefield, that sort of place, we should help each other. If seniors don't dislike Heavenly Eagle, why not have a sit in the City Lord Manor and drink a cup of alcohol before leaving?" Empyrean Chao Yuan smiled and said, "Although the city is small, it accommodates you, this great Buddha. Gentlemen, go over and have a sit?" Empyrean Skyhowl laughed and said, Of course. Master Yi Yuan's wine naturally isn't an ordinary product. How can this Empyrean miss it?" Seeing their lord address these Empyrean powerhouses as brothers, the martial artists in the city felt even more proud of themselves. Yi Yuan smiled and said to Bai Tong, "Brother Bai, I'll have to trouble you to bring the seniors to the City Lord Manor and let them sample the dreamlike wine that I stashed away. Bai Tong nodded slightly and said to the few people, "Gentlemen, please follow me." After the few people left, there was only Yi Yuan, Jian Sutao, and Empyrean Flutterfeather left outside of the city. Jian Sutao looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "This time, it's considered to have repaid your favor, right?" Regarding Jian Sutao's appearance, Yi Yuan was also very surprised. He even thought that Jian Sutao had very deep resentment toward him. He did not expect that he actually personally came forward this time to look for Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether. In the future, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would be considered to no longer have future troubles. "Hoo-hoo, what's Senior saying? The favor this time, Yi Yuan has received it," Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan, had always made clear distinctions between gratitude and resentment. The matter last time was indeed Jian Sutao who went too far. But in the end, he was Jian Hongxiao's father-in-law. Yi Yuan naturally would not haggle over it too much. Taking action this time, Jian Sutao was indeed a great help. This favor, Yi Yuan naturally had to receive it. Chapter 2016, Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. Chapter 2016, Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. However, by the side, Empyrean Flutterfeather was slightly afraid in his heart. He completely did not think that going to Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether there this time. He actually ran into Jian Sutao. In the southern border, Jian Sutao's position was only higher and not lower than his. One had to know, behind Jian Sutao was the Jian family, this colossal giant. Although Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was powerful, compared to Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, the difference was too great. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had such deep ties with the Jian family. Furthermore, looking at Jian Sutao and Yi Yuan conversing, the resentment was actually quite deep. "An appearance of your displeasing to my eyes, but I also can't do anything to you." This was very weird. Jian Sutao suddenly beamed and said to Yi Yuan, "Hey kid, remember the words today. This is what you said, you owe me a favor." The moment these words came out, Yi Yuan's and Empyrean Flutterfeather's faces both turned black. Was this guy really the Empyrean Sutao that struck people with awe? This appearance was completely the appearance of a despicable villain. But Yi Yuan also long had an understanding of Jian Sutao's character. After being stunned, he nodded and said, "That's for sure. This Yi never reneges on my word." Jian Sutao nodded and said, "This matter is settled. This Empyrean is leaving." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Senior, take care." Jian Sutao flashed a slight nod at Empyrean Flutterfeather to make an indication, then stepped out and concealed into the void. "Senior Flutterfeather, today's matter, thank you very much. Yi Yuan remembers it firmly in my heart." Yi Yuan naturally knew how exalted Jian Sutao and Flutterfeather's statuses were. For them to be able to take action and help, this due to their status. He naturally had to thank both of them. Empyrean Flutterfeather waved his hand and said smilingly, "What's there to be courteous between you and me? If not for you, it will likely still need G.O.D. knows how many years for this Empyrean to want to reach this realm that everyone is envious of. Moreover, this Empyrean knows that you have earned G.O.D. knows how much divine essence stones for the Myriad Treasure Tower these few years. This favor, this Empyrean naturally has to receive it. Disregarding other things, just the soul-driving Tao Fusion Pill earned boatloads of divine essence stones for the Myriad Treasure Tower. Furthermore, after Yi Yuan broke through to the Origin Pill realm, he even developed the rank 6 soul-driving Tao Fusion Pill. This pill formula was also handed over to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Of course, these were all nothing to powerhouses at the level of Empyrean Flutterfeather. Divine essence stones were already mere worldly possessions. The most important was realm. Yi Yuan's brows raised up and he said in surprise, "Could it be that Senior Flutterfeather already?" Flutterfeather laughed heartily and said, "That's right. For so many years, Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital's Empyrean Pill Jade has always suppressed this Empyrean. The Cloud Pill Summit this time, this Empyrean can finally lift my head up high. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Congratulations, Senior Flutterfeather. Ancestor Realm." This was the realm that all alchemists yearned for even in their dreams. But this door blocked countless alchemy geniuses outside of it. Even for Yi Yuan, he benefited a great deal from the alchemy battle with Empyrean Flutterfeather. But wanting to break through to the Ancestor Realm was also not something overnight. It could be seen how difficult this hurdle was. For Empyrean Flutterfeather to be able to break through this shackle, he would be a true alchemy Tao Leviathan in the future. Furthermore, after reaching Ancestor Realm, Empyrean Flutterfeather's realm would no longer be an obstruction. Breaking through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor was also just a matter of time. Flutterfeather laughed loudly and said, Don't keep on calling me as a senior. Although you're just at the true God realm, your alchemy strength isn't weaker than this Empyrean's. In the future, you're bound to step into becoming an alchemy God. In the future, you can just call me Brother Flutterfeather. Yi Yuan chuckled and called, "Brother Flutterfeather?" Flutterfeather smiled and said, "Younger brother Yi Yuan, this Cloud Pill Summit is indeed a grand event of the southern border. Each time it's organized, not only do exceptional talents come forth in large numbers, but all kinds of rare spirit medicines and pill formulas also emerge in endless streams. After you settle the matters here, you can go over and experience it firsthand. You won't be disappointed." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "With Brother Flutterfeather saying so, Yi Yuan somewhat can't wait for it." "Fine as well. After this matter is settled, I'll go over." Flutterfeather nodded and said, "This Empyrean just exited seclusion, so there are still many matters to take care of. When the time comes, we'll rendezvous at Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Brother Flutterfeather, take care." The 4 great Empyreans agreeing to have gathered in the city was originally just doing it for the occasion and giving Yi Yuan some face. But who knew that their stay lasted a month's time, not willing to leave even if they were driven out. The dreamlike wine that Yi Yuan brewed made the few great Empyreans enjoy so much that they forgot to go home, abandoning themselves to pleasure. This wine was brewed with a special technique after Yi Yuan broke through to the origin pill realm. It was specifically used to entertain distinguished guests. Although it was refined with some rank 6 spirit medicines, the flavor of this wine was incomparably sweet and mellow, bringing back endless aftertaste. Even if the few great Empyreans had vast experiences, they were also brought into submission by Yi Yuan's wine. Only then did they know why even Flutterfeather was so polite toward Yi Yuan. After a month, the 4 great Empyreans were seriously embarrassed to stay on any longer. Hence, each person brought along 10 vats of fine wine and left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City with reluctance. After a month's time, Yi Yuan also pretty much settled Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Hence, he brought along Ningxiu and stepped onto the road to Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. The present Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's situation was already totally different from back then. Xian Yu and the rest of the older generation alchemy powerhouses had long withdrawn from the core of authority at present. Although there were Yi Yuan's medicinal pills helping, their potential had long been exhausted, their improvement was naturally also very limited. On the contrary, it was the young generation whose strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Right now, Ningxiu's alchemy strength had long already surpassed, said Xian Yu and her few senior apprentice brothers, becoming a distinguished talent of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Pill Tower. The current Ningxiu was already at the middle stage celestial deity realm. Her alchemy strength had also already touched the threshold of Tao realm. Among the young generation, she had no equal. Walking along this road, Yi Yuan's influence on her was immense. Back then, she had always followed along by Yi Yuan's side and watched Yi Yuan refine pills. Later, she also obtained Yi Yuan's personal guidance. The present Ningxiu was long already not the Ningxiu back then. However, when she heard that Yi Yuan was bringing her to Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital, she was still happy like a little girl, dancing for joy. My God, this is Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital? Why do I feel that as long as the person is from here, they will know how to refine pills? Ningxiu said with curiosity written all over her face. Ever since entering the city, Ningxiu could feel that the air suffused with medicinal fragrance. By the street sides, alchemy battle arenas were seen everywhere. Furthermore, each match had a full house. Clearly, Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital's alchemy atmosphere was already integrated into the lives of ordinary alchemists. Yi Yuan also nodded and said, "Indeed, the standards of the alchemists here are much higher than at other places. It's worthy of being the southern border's #1 alchemy holy land." Ningxiu pursed her lips and said, "What's the use even if it's more impressive? In front of Your Excellency, everything is in vain. Your Excellency is the #1 alchemy genius." Yi Yuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. This Law S was already idolizing him blindly now. Suddenly, a voice sounded out. The person said, "Ooh, what high-sounding sentiments! Such a snotty brat also dares proclaim to be the #1 alchemy genius?" Clearly, Ningxiu's words were heard by others, incurring a wave of displeasure. Chapter 2017. I'm afraid of scaring you. Chapter 2017. I'm afraid of scaring you. In front of him was a handsome young man. He was merely an 8th firmament celestial deity. Beside him even followed a young lady. The two people's ages were similar. They were a rather matching pair. But behind the two people followed two true God realm guards. Their background was clearly not ordinary. That young lady said with a disdainful look, "Really shameless, I've never seen someone who dares proclaim to be the #1 alchemy genius. My big brother Qian is the Jing family's #1 junior. Yet, he also doesn't dare claim to be the #1 alchemy genius. Who the hell do you think you are?" Yi Yuan was speechless when he heard that. When did he say that he was the #1 alchemy genius? These words were clearly said by Ningxiu, all right? But this Law S really knew how to draw aggro for him. The moment Ningxiu heard this, she blew up. What the hell is the Jing family? Jing family's junior generation? Ho ho! Forget about your Jing family's young generation. Even if the Jing family's elder generation comes, my family's lord will crush all the same. Jing Qian was young, so how could he endure it when he heard this? He immediately smiled coldly and said, "What high-sounding sentiments! In this southern border, there really aren't more than a few who dares to talk about my Chonglin Jing family in this manner." His words immediately caused a series of exclamations. It turns out that it's the Chonglin Jing family. That's an ancient alchemy family second only to peak Holy Lands. The Jing family's #1 person of the young generation, Jing Qian, he'll definitely radiate splendor in the Cloud Pill Summit this time. Zheng Chong. I heard of him before. He's merely 1,000 over years old and he already reached middle stage initial realm. He has potential of stepping into the Dao realm in the future. Hearing the surrounding people's discussion, Jing Qian had a proud look. The Chonglin Great Imperial Capital's Jing family's strength in the southern border's alchemy world was in existence second only to these 7 great holy lands. The Jing family's ancestor was also a rarely seen 7-star alchemy god. Their status could be seen at a glance. With Jing Qian stepping into middle stage initial realm at a young age, it was also something to be proud of. One should not look at how Yi Yuan entered the initial realm, broke through to the Dao realm along the way, and now, even closed in on the ancestor realm. Initial realm was something that one could come across by luck, but not by searching for it to ordinary alchemists. Reaching the initial realm was a very long process, requiring incalculable time to accumulate. Recalling things back then, Xian Yu lived to a ripe old age, and was also merely at the middle stage initial realm. Jing Qian was merely 1,000 years old, and he was already at the middle stage initial realm. It was naturally worth being proud of. Hear that, number 1 alchemy genius? If you have the guts, let's have a match. Jing Qian suddenly ignored Ning Xiu and provoked Yi Yuan. Everyone used gloating expressions to look at Yi Yuan, feeling that he would not dare to accept the challenge at all. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was higher than Jing Qian, their ages were more or less the same. In everyone's view, Yi Yuan put more energy into martial arts. As for alchemy, this was painstaking work. So how could it be that easy? Therefore, if Yi Yuan competed with Jing Qian, he would surely lose without a doubt. After all, encountering this kind of alchemy genius, there was only the outcome of being crushed. Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Competing with me? You're not qualified enough yet. See you, let's go." As he said, Yi Yuan turned around and was about to leave. Forget about Jing Qian, a puny little celestial deity realm. Even the opponent was a peak 6-star alchemy god. Yi Yuan could also crush the person without any trouble. One had to know, Yi Yuan fought on alchemy with Empyrean Flutterfeather until it ended in a tie. A measly little Jing Qi. He seriously could not get interested. But Jing Qian sneered and said, "What do you mean not qualified enough? Don't dare means don't dare. Zhao He Li Hu." The figures of those two true G.O.D. realms moved, blocking the two people's path. If you don't dare to compete, then kneel in front of this young master and admit your fault. My Jing family isn't what just anyone can humiliate. Jing Qian said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan shot a glare at Ning Xiu. The latter stuck her tongue out mischievously and lowered her head, not daring to look at Yi Yuan. If you really want to compete, get your family's ancestor over. As for you, better forget it, I'm afraid of scaring you, Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment Jing Qian heard, he smiled coldly even more. What a conceited brat. Forget it, since you don't dare to accept the challenge, then kneel down and acknowledge your fault. Jing Qian shouted coldly. As he said, Zhao He and Li Hu, two people grabbed Yi Yuan, and they were actually going to forcefully make Yi Yuan kneel. These two people were both third firmament true G.O.D. powerhouses and also considered powerhouses of a region. But unfortunately, they ran into Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's figure did not move and the two people actually grabbed an illusory figure. It was just that these two people did not have time to be surprised yet when Yi Yuan already swiftly pointed out with a backhand. Pft pft. It was only to hear two M.U.F. fled groans. Zhao He and Li Hu fell to the ground at the sound of that and could not crawl to their feet anymore. When Jing Qian saw this scene, his eyes became wide saucers. Zhao He and Li Hu, two people, were both experienced veterans of 100 battles. It was rare to meet a match in the same rank. But in front of Yi Yuan, they actually could not even receive a single move? The surrounding people were likewise extremely surprised. Disregarding how Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was, his martial arts was also a little too strong, right? What do you want to do? I'm a member of the Jing family. If you dare to touch me, you'll absolutely die without a burial ground. Seeing Yi Yuan walk over toward him, Jing Qian hurriedly took several steps back. He was saying threatening things but was inwardly shaking. Oh? Is that so? Yi Yuan looked at Jing Qian with a look of amuse. Suddenly, he flicked his finger. A CLU's of fire suddenly flew towards the other party. Jing Qian was first stunned, then immediately laughed coldly and said, "Playing with fire with me? Overestimating your own ability too much. I'll let you witness this young master's fire-controlling art." It was only to see the seals in his hand change irregularly, and he suddenly shouted loudly, "Freeze for me!" That CLU's of fire indeed paused, and it actually froze 3 feet in front of Jing Qian. What formidable fire-controlling technique! Indeed, well deserving of being the Jing family's #1 genius. Impressive, impressive. Although that kid's martial Tao is strong, playing with fire is showing off in the presence of an expert. Heh, a single mistake and he'll have to suffer silent loss himself. A series of exclamations came from all around. Clearly, they were all astounded by Jing Qian's fire-controlling art. Jing Qian laughed loudly and said, "Do you want to use fire-controlling technique to tell me that your alchemy Tao is very strong? Then this young master has no choice but to tell you that you're too weak. Watch out, return for me." Jing Qi needed another seal and fired it over toward that CLU's tur of fire, whose H plus the flames suddenly disappeared. Jing Qian's gaze turned intent, currently wondering what happened when suddenly, the girl next to him cried out in surprise. "Your head! Big brother Qian, your head!" "My head? What's wrong with my head?" Jing Qian felt baffled and reached his hand out toward his head to touch. With this touch, he could not help jumping with fright. His head was extremely smooth, like it was smeared with oil. His head full of hair was actually all gone. At this moment, the top of Jing Qian's head was brilliant enough to reflect one's image, Hi plus mirroring with light like a lamp. Pft! Ha ha ha! A wave of guffaws came from all around. Jing Qian's face was red with a tint of black, Wisconsin Hi plus ink to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. He immediately revolved divine essence, wanting to grow hair. But it was completely useless. He discovered that the pores on top of his head seemed to all be sealed, unable to grow hair at all. This shock was by no means insignificant. He looked toward Yi Yuan with immense shock, but saw that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a look of amuse. "Ent," Yi Yuan said with a smile, "this time, just take it as a small punishment. If there's still a next time, you won't get off so easily." Done talking, Yi Yuan brought along Ningxiu, turned around, and left. Chapter 2018. Does this work? Chapter 2018. Does this work? Such an exquisite fire-controlling technique. Burned a head full of hair, but the person is completely fine. That young man is really capable. I even thought that he was bragging. Looks like tigers are crouching and dragons are hidden in the Cloud Pill Summit this time. After the loud laughter, everyone finally came to realize the truth about the prowess of Yi Yuan's fire-controlling technique. Even the bald Jing Qian also felt lingering fear. His experience was more vivid than others. The fire burned on top of his head, not leaving him a single strand. It was as if it was shaved using a razor blade. But he did not feel any heat at all. This fire-controlling technique was simply inconceivable. Most likely, even Big Brother Kun also could not do it to this extent either, right? Jing Qian thought in his heart. Looking at the direction Yi Yuan left, Jing Qian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Damn. Fellow, don't let me run into him again. To dare humiliate my Jing family, this young master will definitely teach you a lesson. Your Excellency, you were really too cool just now." Hee, that snotty brat actually still wanted to challenge you, really overestimating his own ability, Ningxiu said with an excited face. Yi Yuan shot her a fierce glare and said crossly, "You still have the cheek to say? What #1 alchemy genius? You're also not scared of spraining your tongue. Talented people remain in concealment in this heaven-span world, so who dares to claim to be #1? Yi Yuan was very confident, but he was never arrogant. This heaven-span world was too big. Geniuses were also akin to schools of carps crossing the river. This Tli of #1 was too big. Even reaching medicine ancestor that kind of realm, didn't he also encounter an opponent like the High Priest? If he was not apprehensive of the High Priest, why would he say "ask not 2 words"? Ningxiu stayed for a long time with Yi Yuan and knew his temper. She giggled and said, "I don't care. Either way, you are the #1 alchemy genius in my heart. Moreover, among the young generation, who can reach your boundary? Even in the entire heavenspan world, it also can't be found, right? Yi Yuan was rendered speechless and waved his hand, feeling lazy to talk anymore. Bringing Ning Xiu and strolling one round in the outer city, and having purchased some rare spirit medicines, the two planned on heading for the inner city. The passageway leading to the inner city, there was currently a group of soldiers guarding it. Each person had to go through stringent screening. The two were just about to go over but saw a group of people currently coming over from another direction. One of them was extremely eye-catching. Who was it if not the bald Jing Qian? When Ning Xiu saw Jing Qian, she could not refrain from laughing out loud with a SN. 1GGER again. His Excellency was also such a troll. He burned Jing Qian's hair, and even did not let him grow it out. A fine handsome youth became a little bald donkey. How to let him go and find a girl in the future? Jing Qian also just happened to look over. Noticing Yi Yuan, he immediately yelled out, "Big brother Buchuan, it's this fellow who claims to be the #1 alchemy genius. You have to take revenge for me." Beside Jing Qian, a slightly older youth was sizing Yi Yuan up with an unfriendly expression. He slowly walked toward Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "A brat whose hair isn't even fully grown also dares to claim to be the #1 alchemy genius? It was you who burned young brother Qian's hair? Haha, this punk probably came from some countryside and has never seen much of the world. Think that having a bit of ability, he can be #1 under the heavens. In this Cloud Pill Summit, even Brother Jing doesn't dare claim to be the #1 genius. This little brat actually dares proclaim to be the #1 genius." Another young man stepped forward and looked at Yi Yuan with a contemptuous look. Jing Qian also stepped forward and looked at Yi Yuan as he said with a cold smile, "Big brother Buchuan, this brat is ridiculously arrogant and even said want to compete with him, invite our Jing family's ancestor out." When the others heard, they all revealed amused smiles. This brat did not even know how to come up with a draft before boasting. The young man beside Jing Buchuan said with a disdainful look, "Haha, kid, do you know what kind of person the Jing family's ancestor is? That's a 7-star alchemy God Dao realm expert. Just the likes of you, this snotty brat, dares to challenge the Jing family's ancestor?" These few people each threw a sentence in, deriding Yi Yuan non-stop. Ning Xiu was indignant. She said with a scornful look, "So what if 7-star alchemy God? Even Empyrean Flutterfeather addresses my lord as his brother too. Could it be that your family's ancestor is stronger than Empyrean Flutterfeather?" The moment everyone heard, not only were they not intimidated, but the look of ridicule on their faces also grew thicker. That young man said with a big laugh, "Empyrean Flutterfeather? Hoo-hoo, little girl, Empyrean Flutterfeather is one of the Cloud Pill Summit's grandmasters. How exalted is his position. This kid addresses him as his brother? Stop joking around with me, alright?" Jing Buchuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, "Turns out that it's two braggarts who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I was wondering which genius. This kind of ignorant fool, there will always be some in each Cloud Pill Summit." Ha ha ha! The two people's discussion aroused a series of mocking voices from all around. What kind of ident? 1. tie did Empyrean Flutterfeather have? That was an important character that was on par with Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital's Empyrean Pilljade. Beneath Heavenly Emperor, they were practically the pinnacle-most existences. This kind of powerhouse would address a true God Realm Junior as a brother? You have got to be kidding. Yi Yuan raised his brows slightly and said coolly, "Done talking? If you're done, get lost from me." Jing Buchuan's brows raised up and he said, "You want to enter the inner city? Kid, do you have the Cloud Pill invitation?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Cloud Pill invitation? What's that?" The young man who was surnamed Duan could not help laughing as he said, You don't even know what's the Cloud Pill invitation, and you dare to come and take part in the Cloud Pill Summit? I'm telling you, only alchemists holding the Cloud Pill invitation have the qualifications to enter the inner city. As for you, go back where you came from. The bald Jing Qian laughed loudly and said, I was wondering what expert and where you were from. Messing around for half a day, you don't even have the Cloud Pill invitation. At this very moment, Jing Qian was even more certain that Yi Yuan was some martial arts ancient family's descendant. Although his martial Dao strength was very strong, he was completely clueless about alchemy Dao. As for fire control, martial artists adept in fire attribute cultivation methods would likewise be very formidable in controlling fire. He admitted that Yi Yuan was a martial arts genius. But this place was an alchemy summit. What did it have to do with martial artists? Geniuses alchemists able to come to the Cloud Pill Summit would not care about martial artists at all, because the statuses of these alchemists were much higher than ordinary martial artists. Zheng Buchuan waved his hand and said, Hurry up and get lost, kid. Stop making a spectacle of yourself here. Do you see their eyes? You're currently just like a clown jumping around. This place is the world of alchemists, it's fateless with you. The young man surnamed Duan turned his head and said to a soldier, Commander Gon, looks like this kid's skin is very thick, I'll have to trouble you to send him off. That Commander Gon was amused from watching for a long time by the side. Hearing this, he slowly walked in front of Yi Yuan, reached his hand out and said with a sullen face, Leave, please. If you don't go, then this commander will be personally taking action and sending you out of the city. This Commander Gon was a fifth firmament true God powerhouses. There was naturally power when he spoke. Yi Yuan looked at Commander Gon, slowly took out a token, and said coolly, I don't have whatever Cloud Pill invitation, but wonder if this thing can go in or not? Chapter 2019. Luckily you know. Chapter 2019. Luckily you know Commander Gon did not even look at the token in Yi Yuan's hand and just said with a cold snort, whatever thing is also useless, this commander only acknowledges the Cloud Pill invitation. Haha, do you think that Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital is some random place? Casually taking out a token and you can go in? What ABU, Mpkin? Jing Qian said with a look of disdain. The Cloud Pill Summit only acknowledges the invitation and won't recognize other things. You don't even know this bit of general knowledge, and also dare to come and take part in the Cloud Pill Summit? Zheng Buchuan said with a cold smile. They were really brought to tears from laughing at watching the joke today. The current Yi Yuan was completely ABU. Mpkin, who had never seen much of the world before in front of them. This fellow was completely clueless about the Cloud Pill Summit, but he ran in front of them, these alchemy geniuses to posture, adding a bunch of merriment. Seeing these few people's reactions, Yi Yuan was also taken aback. He looked at the Grandmaster token in his hand and felt baffled. It seemed like this thing was not too useful. He even thought that this thing looked very impressive. But taking it out, people did not recognize it at all. Kid, looks like you really want this commander to take action. In Commander Gon's eyes, Yi Yuan was merely a little child showing off, talking big to impress people. He released his aura and directly grabbed at Yi Yuan. The aura of Fifth Firmament True God was suddenly released, locking right onto Yi Yuan. While Zheng Qian and the rest revealed gloating looks, looking at this scene calmly. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. This Commander Gon struck rather heavily. With this grab, if his strength was inadequate, he would really be heavily injured. Clearly, this guy was currying favor with these few ancient families' descendants and deliberately dealt a heavy blow. It was only to see him snort coldly. Suddenly, a life and death seal fired out. A fifth firmament true God versus a third firmament true God. Commander Gon thought that he would capture him easily. Who knew that the moment Yi Yuan made his move, that pressure that could topple mountains and overturn the seas came from head-on. Bang! Commander Gon was caught off guard and directly smacked flying by this life and death seal. He seemed to be injured in an extremely wretched manner. Jing Buchuan's pupils constricted, and he said in surprise, "This? How is this possible?" The young man surnamed Duan also said with surprise, "How can this kid's strength be so strong?" They were all waiting for Yi Yuan to suffer a loss. Who knew that Yi Yuan was fine and actually crippled Commander Gon in one move? An initial stage True G.O.D realm striking a middle stage True G.O.D realm flying away in one move, this sort of thing was too outrageous to hear. Yi Yuan looked too unremarkable, 1,000 over years old, how strong could he be? Yet, he wasted Commander Gon in one move. As still in a daze for what? This kid actually dared to cause trouble, see cripple him for me. Commander Gon gritted his teeth and roared at the soldiers. At once, a large group of guards rushed forward and surrounded Yi Yuan in the middle. Yi Yuan frowned slightly. He also did not expect to cause such a big commotion. Who knew that these guys did not even recognize the Grandmaster token? Actually, this could not be blamed on Commander Gon, they all too. How could a Grandmaster token this sort of thing be what Commander Gon would know of? One had to know, in the entire land of Southern Border, there was only a total of 14 Grandmaster tokens. Those who possessed Grandmaster tokens were all people with extremely revered statuses. They were at least middle and late stage Empyrean super powerhouses too. The moment these people appeared in Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital, there would immediately be Empyrean powerhouses that came out to welcome them. They would not enter from the city gates in an ostentatious manner like this at all. Yi Yuan did not know the inner reason. He only wanted to stroll around more in the city, who knew that it caused such much misunderstanding. But at this point, Yi Yuan naturally would not hold back either. These guards were mostly at the celestial deity realm. There was also a portion of True G.O.D realms. But in front of Yi Yuan, it was completely lacking. He knocked down these guards with a few moves. Jing Qian's expression was ugly to the extreme as he said, "How can this guy's strength be so powerful?" Yi Yuan's age was merely similar to his. But his combat power was no idea how many levels higher than him. Looking across the southern border, there were also not many capable of Serpa. Sing Yi Yuan in martial arts. But Jing Buchuan chuckled and said, "This kid is courting death himself." Jing Qian was taken back and said, "Why?" Jing Buchuan smiled and said, "Originally, he was swindling people. If he was given a beating and thrown out, the matter would be settled. But now, he caused such a big commotion. There will immediately be someone who comes out to take care of him. What's the use even if he's any stronger? Can he be stronger than 9th Firmament True G.O.D powerhouses?" The moment Jing Qian heard, he immediately reacted to it and said with a big laugh, "Haha, this kid is dead for sure. Who is it? To dare cause trouble in my Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital?" The voice had yet to fade when a voice closed in from far away, arriving in an instant. A burly man with a curly beard appeared in front of Yi Yuan, his expression unfriendly. When Commander Gon saw the curly-bearded burly man, it was as if he grasped a life-saving straw, hurriedly saying, "Lord Qin Chong, this punk doesn't have an invitation. I chased him out of the city. Not only did he not leave, he even beat me and the soldiers to serious injuries. Qin Chong also had a fiery temper." Hearing Commander Gon's words, he immediately flared up with anger. The moment Qin Chong heard, he said in a great rage, "What? Impudent brat, to actually dare." When Jing Buchuan and the youth surnamed Duan saw Qin Chong fly off the handle, their faces revealed an expression of gloating over others' misfortune. Qin Chong was a 9th Firmament True G.O.D mighty expert. No matter how heaven-defying Yi Yuan was, could he still deal with him? Qin Chong was just about to go crazy, suddenly turning his head to look at Yi Yuan, but saw Yi Yuan slowly take out a token. Yi Yuan said, "I gave this to them to see this, but they all didn't recognize it. I wonder if you recognize it?" Yi Yuan also asked probingly. If this Qin Chong still did not recognize it, then he could only slip away. Jing Buqing scoffed when he saw the situation and said, "Still taking this lousy token out, could it be that this kid is really a fool?" Fortunately, Qin Chong's reaction made Yi Yuan heave a sigh in relief. The moment Qin Chong saw the token, his pair of eyes immediately went wide. He looked at the token and looked at Yi Yuan again, his eyes full of disbelief. This, Qin Chong stammered and actually could not speak. How could a Grandmaster token be in the hands of a young man like this? Commander Gon did not know the inner reason and urged, "Lord Qin Chong, what's wrong with you? This brat is too insolent, you mustn't let him off easily." Samaze. Plus a clear slap sounded out. Commander Gon was directly slapped, flying out. This slap made everyone stunned. Before figuring out what was going on, they heard Qin Chong roar, "You scoundrelly thing! Don't drag me down if you want to die. Also, you all, are you in a rush to reincarnate? All put away your weapons for me." The group of guards looked at each other, blank looks on their faces. Suddenly, Qin Chong knelt down with a thud and said to Yi Yuan with cupped fists, "These scoundrelly things are insensible. Your Excellency, please don't take offense. When this lowly one returns, I'll definitely teach them a good lesson." What's going on here? Lord Qin Chong actually knelt down to a third firmament true God? Just what background does this kid have? Could it be that token is very impressive? Cries of exclamations sounded out all around, completely knocked dizzy by Qin Chong's actions. Yi Yuan put away the token and let out a long sigh in relief, and then he said smilingly, "Luckily you know. Otherwise, it would really be somewhat troublesome." Chapter 2020, Yun Yi. Chapter 2020. Yun Yi. Yes, Your Excellency. It was all because they had eyes but couldn't see, offending Your Excellency. Your Excellency, please don't take offense. This Grandmaster token isn't what servants like them can recognize. Qin Chong's cold sweat poured profusely as he hurriedly explained. How exalted were the statuses of people who possessed the Grandmaster token. How could they be what he could afford to provoke? This kind of existence could decide his life and death with one word. One must not look at how he was ninth firmament true God, because in the eyes of Empyrean powerhouses, he was merely an ant-like existence. His own city lord also could not offend a big shot that possessed a Grandmaster token for a mere true God realm expert. Of course, the Grandmaster token that appeared in Yi Yuan's hand indeed made him very surprised. It could even be said to be hard to imagine. But a Grandmaster token was a Grandmaster token. Qin Chong did not doubt its authenticity in the slightest. In this land of southern border, who could snatch away a Grandmaster token from the hands of the 7 big shots? Yi Yuan's bit of strength was not even enough to fill the crevices between the big shot's teeth. It was even less likely that he snatch had it. Moreover, this Grandmaster token also could not be used after snatch hing it. Therefore, even though there were 100 disbeliefs in his heart, Qin Chong still did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said helplessly, "I just wanted to enter the city, but they insisted that I was swindling people. Can I go in now?" Qin Chong hurriedly nodded and said, Of course. All the Grandmaster residences have already been arranged. This lowly one will lead the way for you." Yi Yuan nodded his head and followed after. Ning Xiu was delighted in her heart when she saw the expressions of Jing Buquan and the rest. "You bunch of guys don't even recognize the Grandmaster token and you dare to flaunt your prowess here. I can only say that you're ignorant. You all mocked my lord, but you don't know that you were the most laughable. Your levels are too far apart." Finished talking, Ning Xiu caught up with Yi Yuan, leaving behind the dumbfounded crowd. Jing Buquan still had a look of disbelief until now as he muttered, "That is a Grandmaster token? This How is this possible? The youth surnamed Duan had an expression like he had seen a ghost as he said, "A third firmament true G. O. D. Grandmaster? Is there a mistake?" The Grandmaster residence was grand and magnificent, flushed with spiritual energy. It was absolutely in a favorable geographical location. The residence was built around a lake. In the middle was a miniature lake. Qin Chong carefully led Yi Yuan into the Danfeng court and settled him down. Seeing Qin Chong wanting to speak but swallowing the words back, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Just ask whatever you want to ask. Why are you, a 7-foot-tall burly man, behaving like a woman?" Qin Chong smiled ostentatiously and said, "I wonder which city Lord Master Yi received the invitation from?" Qin Chong naturally knew the 7 great Empyreans. Yi Yuan was clearly not one of them. Then he could only be invited by one of the Empyreans. Yi Yuan said coolly, "This Yi was invited by Empyrean Flutterfeather." Qin Chong's gaze turned intent, and he said in surprise, "Empyrean Flutterfeather?" Yi Yuan said curiously, "Why? Is there anything wrong?" Qin Chong hurriedly smiled flatteringly and said, "And nothing wrong." Although he had a fiery temperament, he was also not so superficial when conducting himself. It was truly that Yi Yuan's Grandmaster token was too surprising. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Do you feel that I'm easy to hoodwink because I'm young?" Qin Chong's expression changed, being aware that he could not deceive him anymore. He could only smile bitterly. He said, How can it be? In the past, Empyrean Flutterfeather would always invite the myriad treasure towers Empyrean Pupluing over. I didn't expect that. He actually invited Master Yi this time?" Yi Yuan's brows could not help furrowing when he heard it and started musing. Previously, when he agreed to Empyrean Flutterfeather, he forgot that there was such a thing. Since each city lord had another Grandmaster spot, then it would definitely be existences that were about the same as them in the past. Now that this spot was given to him, wouldn't he have offended another Grandmaster? Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan could not help feeling a headache. Empyrean Flutterfeather gave him an extremely high status, but Empyrean Flutterfeather also put him on the fire to roast. By the side, Qin Chong's thoughts drifted, speculating Yi Yuan's ident. One tie. Could it be that this Yi Yuan came from the Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma and was a newly emerged genius junior of Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma? Coming to the Cloud Pill Summit this time was likely to come and experience it. It was just that giving him a Grandmaster token was a little too extravagant, right? For Yi Yuan's bit of strength to really want to experience things, wouldn't putting him in the disciples' generation to spar with those people be more meaningful? Thinking about it, Qin Chong also felt that something was not right. Yi Yuan's martial arts strength was extremely strong. Jumping realms to battle was nothing difficult. Then how strong could his alchemy strength be? This place was the Cloud Pill Summit and not the Martial Dao Summit. Thinking up to here, Qin Chong became even more disdainful toward Yi Yuan in his heart. Alright. You, a martial arts powerhouse, came to the Cloud Pill Summit to pass off as a Grandmaster. When the time comes, you'll be Embark, said. He was practically certain that Yi Yuan was the kind of profligate descendant who was conceited and insolent on account of his ability. He stayed for a long time in the Heavenly Emperor Bodhimanda and came out to look for fun. Qin Chong also saw that he even brought along a beautiful maidservant by his side. Of course, he could only put these thoughts in his heart and naturally would not say it out. Alright, you can go. Alright. She's called Ning Xiu. Help her arrange a bit for her to take part in the Cloud Pill Summit, Yi Yuan said. Yes, Your Excellency. Qin Chong was unable to make head or tail of it, but still answered and left. Could it be that this kid came to take part in the Cloud Pill Summit for this last occupying a Grandmaster spot for a mere 5-star alchemy God, truly capricious. A third firmament true God Grandmaster spread in the inner city very quickly. Beyond the shock, there was even more indignance. What capability did a mere third firmament true God have to actually be able to get a Grandmaster token? One had to know. 6-star alchemy GODs could be easily found in the city. Many were young and promising genius figures. There were also peak 6-star alchemy GODs that enjoyed high prestige and commanded universal respect. Which of these people were not stronger than Yi Yuan? Especially when everyone knew that Yi Yuan was merely 1,000 over years old. Furthermore, after knowing that his martial arts were rather impressive, this indignant feeling spread even more. At this time, 7 to 8 alchemy geniuses were currently gathered in a restaurant discussing this matter. Brother Yun-yi, you aren't aware, but that kid is really arrogant to the extreme, saying that he's what number 1 alchemy genius. To talk about this number 1 alchemy genius, it can only be Brother Yun-yi. The one talking was precisely Jing Buchuan. Ever since learning that Yi Yuan had a Grandmaster token in his possession, he was extremely dissatisfied in his heart. How could a mere third firmament true God be worthy of the Grandmaster token? Yi Yuan uttered wild ravings and completely did not put his Jing family in his sights at all. He could not swallow this insult. It was just that Yi Yuan had a Grandmaster token in his hand, so he had to swallow it even if he did not want to. But just because he could not do anything to Yi Yuan, it did not mean that others could not as well. Yun-yi was a genius alchemist of this Cloud Pill Summit, one of the extremely few geniuses who broke through to Tao realm in this Cloud Pill Summit. Barring no accidents, the champion crowned in the Cloud Pill Summit this time would be born from these few Tao realm powerhouses. Furthermore, this Yun-yi's Iden. 1. Tai was special. He was Empyrean Pilljade's great-grandson, possessing an extremely exalted status even in Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. With him around, wouldn't dragging that conceited brat down the horse be easily accomplished? At the very least, Yun-yi could make him lose all standing and reputation, and leave Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital dusty and dirty in appearance. Chapter 2021. Challenging in Public. Chapter 2021. Challenging in Public, number 1 alchemy genius? Hoo-hoo, what high-sounding sentiments. At his age, even if he started refining pills in his mother's womb, his accomplishments will also be limited, right? Let alone that I heard that his martial arts are very formidable, Yun-yi said with a disdainful look. Yeah, I saw with my own eyes. He sent the 5th firmament true God commander gone flying with one move, Jing Buchuan said. Yun-yi could not help laughing when he heard that and said, if I didn't guess wrongly, he's probably a martial genius that came from Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma, carrying Empyrean Flutterfeather's signboard and coming to Cloud Pill Summit to bluff and swindle people. It's just a shame that he made the wrong calculations. The moment Jing Buchuan heard, his face could not help revealing a look of great joy as he said, is Brother Yun-yi taking action? Yun-yi waved his hand and said, do you think that the Cloud Pill Summit's Grandmaster tokens are all for show? As long as one comes with a Grandmaster token, those are all the Cloud Pill Summit's most Blee guests. We must treat them with courtesy. Hearing this, everyone had disappointed looks. Those present were all alchemy geniuses, so how could they stand a martial arts genius riding on top of their heads and flaunting his prowess? Moreover, slapping the face of a Grandmaster was also something very delightful. But him holding a Grandmaster token was like holding an imperial sword. You could not do anything about it. Brother Yun-yi, could it be that there's no other way? Yeah, a little brat also dares proclaim to be the number 1 alchemy genius. Is his hair fully grown? Could it be that at this Cloud Pill Summit, we have to keep on watching him continue to be arrogant? The alchemy geniuses present were all filled with righteous indignation, faces revealing indignant expressions. But they saw Yun-yi's face reveal a hint of a ruminating smile and said coolly, my Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital is the number 1 holy land of the southern border alchemy Dao. How can we allow such a person to exist? So what if it's the Grandmaster token? People who hold a position without qualifications are absolutely not allowed to stay and humiliate the Cloud Pill Summit. When everyone heard that, they all revealed knowing smiles. What Empyrean Flutterfeather said was right. The Cloud Pill Summit indeed did not let Yi Yuan down. These few days, Yi Yuan brought Ning Xiu along and bought many rare rank 6 spirit medicines. The places that Yi Yuan liked to shop the most were some big and small marketplaces. At those places one could frequently pick up some pretty good spirit medicines. These marketplaces had every strange and peculiar thing. There were even quite a few obscure pill formulas. Although the myriad treasure towers' power and influence were tremendous, they also could not get every single spirit medicine. This Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital gathered the entire southern border's top alchemists. It naturally could not come into existence without people who came to do business. With countless alchemy powerhouses gathering in Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital, this kind of business opportunity naturally could not be missed. At this time, Yi Yuan 2 people were currently strolling idly in the Eastern Street marketplaces, but then they heard a wave of discussions. Did you guys hear? A true G.O.D. Realm Grandmaster actually came to the Cloud Pill Summit this time. It already raised a huge uproar in the entire city. What? 6-star Alchemy G.O.D. Grandmaster? You aren't joking, right? This bit of strength can't even compare to me. Yet, he also dares to be a Grandmaster? Heh, I heard that he came from some heavenly emperor Bottomanda. It was probably applying pressure on the Grandmasters through the Heavenly Emperor, and that's how the Grandmaster token was given. This is also treating things too trivially. The Cloud Pill Summit is the southern border's grandest event. It's also not what 1 or 2 Heavenly Emperors can influence. Wait and see. The Grandmaster token isn't so easy to get. That punk will definitely make a big spectacle of himself when the time comes. Hearing everyone's discussions, Ning Xiu used a peculiar expression to look at Yi Yuan and discovered that Yi Yuan was expressionless, like they were not talking about him at all. Ning Xiu sometimes suspected whether or not an old monster's soul lived inside Yi Yuan's body. This guy was also too capable of keeping his cool. Your Excellency, if I were you, I'd show my skill for them to see. I'll let them know that you're worthy of this Grandmaster token. Ning Xiu said indignantly. In reality, they could hear this sort of discussion everywhere these few days. He already became the greatest topic of conversation for the alchemists in the city. There were even quite a number of people who put out the word that they wanted to challenge this Grandmaster and trample him underfoot. It was just that they did not know that that so-called 6-star Grandmaster was beside them. Clearly, this 6-star Grandmaster already became the stepping stone for these 6-star alchemy gods to make a name for themselves. One had to know, defeating a Grandmaster, what sublime glory that would be. Yi Yuan just smiled. He did not speak. Reaching his present realm, Yi Yuan had long already said the time of seeking to prevail over others. Those able to enter his arcane sights were only peak existence big shots like Empyrean Flutterfeather. Was there any meaning to contend with a bunch of rookies over this? The 2 people were currently talking when a group of people suddenly rushed over in a haste, directly surrounding the 2 people in the middle. Ning Xiu's face changed and she said, "What do you guys want to do?" A young man bowed in salute towards Yi Yuan and said, "I'm Qianan Great Imperial Capital's Luoyu. I want to ask Grandmaster Yi to give a pointer or 2. I'm East Pride's Wu family's Wu Zhan. I have some confusion in alchemy and want to ask Grandmaster Yi to resolve them." With a rush, these young geniuses all reported their backgrounds, all identifying Yi Yuan by name and making Yi Yuan give pointers. Of course, giving pointers was fake, challenging was real. It was just that Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai was exalted, so they could not very well say explicitly. But their eyes did not have any intention of seeking guidance at all. The flavor of provocation was thick. The actions of these young geniuses made the Eastern Street marketplace burst into an uproar. They all used extremely surprised gazes to look at Yi Yuan. They did not expect that he was that 6-star Grandmaster. Goodness gracious, he's that 6-star Grandmaster? This is also too young. Looking at the age, he's probably also just 1,000 over years old, right? Terrific lads. Every one of these young geniuses, all have deep backgrounds. Qiannan Great Imperial Capital, Wu family, each one is an alchemy holy land. Behind them are all 7-star alchemy God existences. Heh, there's a good show to watch now. I'm really very curious what this lad relied on to get the Grandmaster token. After exclaiming, everyone all had gloating expressions. Especially after seeing Yi Yuan's age, they were even more indignant and discontented. This kind of age, how could he be worthy of the Grandmaster token? They did not feel that they were worthy of the Grandmaster token. But past Grandmasters were all God-like figures. Yi Yuan holding this token, they felt that it sullied its meaning. There were likely 20 over young geniuses present. They were all 6-star alchemy GODs. Yi Yuan swept through with an amused look and said smilingly, "You all want to challenge me?" Luo Yu smiled coldly and said, "Since Grandmaster Yi took the Grandmaster token, then you're naturally a heavenly figure. It's just, don't know if you dare to accept our challenge or not." Luo Yu was intentionally using the Grandmaster token to force Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan dared to avoid the battle in broad daylight, they want to see what face he still has to use the Grandmaster token to bluff people. Yi Yuan's expression did not change as he said coolly, "You already said that I'm a heavenly figure. How are you all, these mortals, worthy of challenging me?" Luo Yu laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "You really went along with it? You don't even dare to accept our challenge. Don't you find it scalding to hold the Grandmaster token?" Yi Yuan's face was not red and his heart did not race as he said coolly, "It's also not that you guys can't challenge me," but the eyes of Luo Yi and the rest lit up, revealing smiles of their plan succeeding.